Okay.
There
Now
we
it's recording. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you for being here as well. I feel like I'm gonna make it formal, but I'm like, fuck that. I swear um on my posts on my videos now. Like I've been doing that for the past year, and it's just like it's so liberating. It's just yeah. So anyways, good. It's just recording that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share as many screens that I can to kind of give you an idea as well. Since you're also what do you call this? You're also into it, so that helps a little bit. Like if you're not, that's okay too. I still show the picture. So okay, we're going to look into the basic chart, and I'm pretty sure you've already seen these things.
Yes. A whole
Okay.
bunch of lines, and I'm like, woo!
Yeah, it can be a lot. So we're going to start a little bit simple. I'm going to go into like more about the important points rather than the whole thing, unless you want to go specific, like if you have a specific question or something comes up, then that's how it's going to go.
Yeah.
Okay, so share my screen. It's like anticipation. Okay, here we go.
Exciting.
Okay, cool. So for this one, let's see here. All right. All right. So as you probably already are aware of, you have the triple, what you call the triad. You have your what you call it, the triad. So the ascendant, the sun, and the moon. Everybody knows. Most people who knows basic astrology are aware of that. So uh, with your sun though, in actually let's start with the ascendant. So this is a little bit of a tricky thing because ascendant is usually, I don't know if you already know this, like a lot about the ascendant. It's like the mask, it's part of like how we present ourselves, those kind of things. But it's also like what we kind of embody. It's part of like, it's almost like a body belief.
Mm.
And what I mean by that is because when we look at the ascendant, we also have to look at the descendant. Oops. So the descendant was in Aries, or your ascendant was in Libra. So what that signifies in terms of like this body embodiment and what did I say earlier? Whatever. It's like your lingo, right? It's like how you present yourself, how you package yourself. How that ties in with the descendant is because the descendant is how you technically generally relate with other people. You typically it's like the surface level sort of like approach. These are part of like what they call the angles. So the angles are the descendant, ascendant, nadir, and midheaven. You've heard of those, right?
Yes.
Okay. So with the ascendant, it's always going to be the shadow of the descendant, or rather, they work together. That's the shadow. So what this means is that when you were growing up, it was in Aries. When you were growing up, it's most likely it's like the home environment, most likely. But there's also like other types, as long as it's relationships. You grow up in an environment where probably and I say probably because astrology isn't meant to be so specific that it's like I know exactly what you did at 1:30 in the morning last night. No, I mean
Yeah.
I mean like it has a specifics, but it's not like Big Brother, specific. But so with the Aries placement there, your descendant is in Aries. You probably grew up in an environment or environments that were very self-oriented, focused on the self, probably narcissistic, very like go-getting, very sort of aggressive, assertive, probably a lot of anger, probably a lot of like issues with stop waiting, just go act, do. It's all about the doing. There's never any presence let alone there's not even any connections. It's almost like, in a way, it kind of felt too emotional because it's fire, so it is emotion, but it's more about inspiration, right? So there might have been those kind of environments where, like, maybe they were coming from a place of inspiration, coming from a place of zeal, uh, uh, like just like very like pioneering as well, like very strong and like even like hot-headed at times. So that kind of feel of environment that you were in probably didn't people weren't equal to each other. And so how that projects onto what you do, or rather, is that you actually, because of that environment, you actually, a part of you, your subconscious, especially your child self, your inner child, suppress that. And so now you still probably still attract some of those kind of people who are very assertive, outgoing, inspired, hot-headed, narcissistic, self me, but also probably too immature sometimes. Um, so here it's more about diplomacy. You want to show the world, I'm kind of diplomatic. I'm even. I'm balanced. I'm well-rounded. I'm all about the harmony. I'm all about relationships. It's you and me together. We're in this all together. It's important to me. So that's kind of like how you wanted to portray it, because a part of ego went, I don't want the other side. But as we all know, we have to embrace both of that. If you are embracing both of that, then that means you're probably attracting less of those kind of people and starting to balance. It could be the opposite too. You're probably also attracting the opposite, where it's just probably indecisive people. I'm not really sure, but this is what it's saying in this chart.
You are so spot on. Like, I just went through, and all of these things just came to the forefront for me in that shadow, and then recognizing that narcissistic, that self-centeredness, and that I was still attracting those people. And it was so I actually just got a divorce, and the man that I attracted was my mother, that controlling, that narcissistic person. And then, so got rid of that, just did all of that shadow work and worked on that. And then, even now I'm still realizing that second part of it that you just said, that I was still kind of attracting those indecisive people. And oh my gosh, you are just not even that's the next thing I need to work on making sure. So yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm also, here's a little trick with astrology, and actually any modality. We learn from each other. So this stuff I'm mentioning is like something like an insight that I got from others. And I kind of had this feeling before. There's something about this. And then I was like, so every time you come across like opposite aspects, I think you know what aspects lines are, right? So oppositions, for example, they often represent a shadow in astrology. This is kind of more particular with the descendant, though, and the ascendant, because it's stronger, because it's about identity. The first house and the seventh house are all about identity. First house is like I, right? Whereas seventh house is you and I as I. So it's Libra. It's ruled by Libra. The other one's ruled by Aries. Having the placements of where they are doesn't make it. It changes the interpretation. It also changes the interpretation because your ascendant and your descendant were in 28 degrees. And what that means is a very strong energy. It's a strong pull. It's almost like you have to have this mask. You have to have this. It's almost like your soul is going, no, you need this one. It needs to be resolved before it goes into the next energy, which is the next sign, right? It's all about energies. So it's like, before you go into that, we need to focus on this one. It's like, it's almost like it's about to explode, and it's just like, right? So this is strong, assertive energy that comes through still, which is in this case where it's Libra, your mask, and the opposite of that, just shadow side, is the Aries. You probably have like strong assertive behavior too, like at least when it comes to first impressions. You come off like especially if there's some sort of critical, uh, if the people you're attracting are still kind of very critical about what you look like, for example, then it's sort of like you kind of step in, you might say something and you're just like, well, there's just almost like you rationalize what that is, because Libra is also about rationalization. Libra is also about balance and harmony, but dislikes confrontation. So when you meet people for the first time, especially the first time, it's almost like that thing comes out, that projection thing. What they do triggers you, and you're just like, what do you mean? I dressed up for this. I look good. That's part of because of your mask is how you present yourself. It's also literal, so that means you possibly like how you dress up now. Like right now, I see it shows that Libra thing. Of course, it changes over time. Your ascendant will be in a different sign by now. So we'll look into the progression chart later,
Okay.
and then we'll see how much you've changed. It's like, so that means your ascendant will not be as Libra, but it still be. That's the main. That's your kind of like your soul staple journey. Everything else is kind of just improving from there, and it's like layers. But this is your birth chart. This is the I consider the I think of the birth chart as kind of like the soul contract. It's almost like the soul contract because you agree to it, but it's not really the whole thing because you have your progressions, right? So it's part of the whole thing. But yeah, this is your foundation. Um, okay, so we have here. I don't have any ascending. What do you call this? Conjuncting planets to your ascendant on this chart. We'll see with the asteroids later. But so that's the general of the ascendant descendant sort of thing. But we also have it square your midheaven. That line right there you see. So square your midheaven means that you often, probably still, I'm not sure, encounter like opinions about other people, or rather by opinions that others say that they express to you, and that's usually is like they probably it's the way they see you. This is your midheaven. This is the world perception of you compared to how you want to present yourself. So the perception of you typically is in the Leo. So that means they probably think you're very proud. Of course, you're probably into music or something artistic. You're kind of patient. It's almost like that fire that just constantly burns. And there's a childlikeness about you that is very much like there's a sovereignty about you that people probably perceive. And they see you as what do you call this? Very like full of inspiration, very like you're very different. Like they just think you're very different and unique in a certain way. You like flashiness. It's not really about your appearance, but it's almost like you like that drama. You like that thing, right? And that's the Leo flair. But here's the shadow part. As you were getting older, or as starting from when you started identifying, because it's the ego, when you started identifying and having these core beliefs, which is technically your Imam Kweli or the Nadir, it's you grow up in an environment specifically like family. Okay, your family role was basically to be this very giving sort of person to make others shine, and your family was like always there, maybe you say, oh, she's very intellectual and smart, but she's also very giving and very there's a certain generosity about you that was kind of like very grounded and very technical and matter of fact, is logical, scientific even. Okay, scientific has to do with that, and you were kind of like distant in a way, and they were like that kind of environment brought you that kind of core belief that's like, oh, in order for me to survive this, I cannot be the opposite of that Aquarian energy. It's the Leo. I cannot be. So what that did is that you believe that you cannot be emotional, you cannot be dramatic, you cannot be. It almost ties in with your descendant as well. You cannot be dramatic, you cannot be self-centered. It's wrong. But what's happening is that now it's projecting onto the world, and they see you as like, she's very scientific. They might not see that. What they see is the Leo energy. So your core beliefs versus your career, which is vocation. And this is what people see, at least with your bosses. They see that you're very, there's a confidence about you that is not like, it's different. It's almost like because of your Libra ascendant, or the part of you that goes, I want us to relate. It's almost like what people are seeing is, oh, she has a sort of like sovereignty about her. The assertiveness comes through, but because it's so warm, that's what people think. It's the warm, it's the Leo function, it's the Leo energy, it's fire. So there's huge parts of your personality that people see, but underneath it, it's like there's a history behind there. And, because, Libra is very different from Aquarius. They're both air signs, but Aquarius is cold. Libra isn't. Libra likes warmth. Libra loves the love. Love, love, love. Right? Aquarius is not like that. It's about everyone else. Forget the individual. It's about society. But this is why Leo actually tend to get along. For you, though, with the square, it means that it's kind of like sometimes in conflict for you. This is your interpretation, okay? Because this is your chart. Your chart shows your own perspective of life, your perception of what's happening, or what your experiences are. With the square, it's showing that's like, okay, well, I don't want to be in charge. I don't want to be a leader. But people see that. You want to be like, I'll just react. I'll just tell me what to do. Okay, I'll be a leader with you rather than be a leader of you.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. Okay. Good. Good. Okay. It's good to have like these sort of like feedback, and it's like, okay, I love those like little nuggets, the reaction. It's great. Awesome.
That is every career. So I used to be a teacher, and they tried to get me to go into a principalship, and it was no, no, no. And then even other leadership roles. And it's like, you find someone else to head, and I will support that. I don't want to be that head honcho kind of thing, but I am very capable of doing it, but I don't want to be that person. I will just support that person.
Yeah, which ties in now to your sun, actually, because it's like, first of all, you're now the third person I've met my entire, one, two, yeah, you're the third person I've met besides myself who has Sun Pluto conjunction. Sun Pluto conjunction people are very all about the genuineness. It's all about the fucking real shit. Like, just give it to me real. I like that. I hate superficiality. You hate all that stuff. You hate that, and it's always about transformation as well. Because Pluto's Sun conjunction, Pluto is actually kind of like the opposite of the Sun. It's almost like it behaves completely different. It likes the dark. It likes processing. It likes the honesty. It likes the depth of things, because it believes in purpose. It believes in like, what are you here for? What's that? Right? You can sense when there's a fucking elephant in the room, and you're just like, am I crazy, or didn't you see that? Like, what? Yeah, you sense it. You're like these. It's very strong instincts that become psychic. It goes like this. Pluto actually in medical astrology, and this makes sense, it rules any form of excretion in the body. Like maybe this one, mucus here coming out of your nose, earwax, all that waste stuff, shit, poop, piss, anything like that. It also kind of rules sexuality in a certain way, but not really. Sort of. It's power. Because it's power means it wants to feel in control, right? So when you probably this doesn't show like in terms of your birth, but it could be, were there any there might have been possibly toxic experience, like toxicity in your body as a baby, or when you were when your mom, maybe when she had you, there was a bit of toxic. Anything could be anything. Anything would do with toxins, virus, bacteria. She was sick. She was.
So my mom is
There's also
actually a medical miracle.
you were there you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
There you
so,
go.
yeah. And medically speaking, even mentally, she has just had just complication after complication, which has in turn, we have to be very conscientious of the things that we do and the things that we put in our body, not to have those same complications and everything that she does, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So there was that she did go through it.
Yeah, well, and she has numerous autoimmune diseases and stuff.
Okay. Yeah.
We so I have 3 sisters. All 3 of us also have autoimmune diseases. But the thing about it is that as I've been on my journey, most of my stuff is gone. My sister actually she's in remission now from breast cancer. My other sister has EO, and so it's just been her body has a lot.
Yeah. There's because the sun rules vitality. The sun rules it rules Leo, so it's all about being childlike, vital, energetic. But it's also about not only a sense of sovereignty, but also like it's a creative principle. So with it being conjunct Pluto, it's almost like you have this. Stephen Forrest. I don't know if you've heard of Stephen Forrest. He's an astrologer. He's awesome. He has a very poetic way of describing astrology. If you look at his books, it's like Forrest without double R. Yeah, and he describes it in a way that it's like very poetic. It's very, I don't know. He has an artistic way of doing it. It's almost like he's telling a story. So he talks about how the Sun and the Pluto, or Pluto people with Sun Pluto conjunction, whatever the sign is, we tend to, what do you call this? It's almost like we have this PhD in trauma. We can use the trauma energy and work it to our advantage. Yeah. We may or may not experience strong opposition, like struggles with it, but because it's conjunction, it's almost like we know how to work with it. We just know how to, or at least we learn how to. Especially because Pluto is, I call this placement the flayer of the ego. It flays your fucking ego alive and it goes rips it apart, on and on, again and again, and again and again, and again and again, and you will continue to have all these. I think it's tied closely to the dark night of the soul. So when you keep going through the thing, it's almost like your body is going through, especially for you because it's in the first house, it's general body, general health sort of thing. You had to continuously. That explains a little bit about the autoimmune thing, because it's like it's continuous, like But we'll go into later. Like again, I want to figure out how you heal through this. There's something in not only in this chart but in the other charts. I don't know. We'll find something. If we don't, that's totally fine. there's always other opportunities too. So, but okay. So you have this one big placement as well. It also means that, what else? Your relationship with your father, specifically father or father figures. Yeah, it's uncertain. There's a power struggle, right? Yeah. So I don't know how that really happened, but it could also be that there was power struggle regarding career, vocation. But at least with this chart, that's what it's showing. But it could also be that there was a lot of fighting, a lot of anger, probably violence, or maybe accidents might have been involved there, particularly in the family home, or at least complete disagreements with his point of view with your desires, your curiosity for the things you want to start, the things every time you get into something new, it's almost like, I know I want this one, I believe so much in it, it's real for me. But then your father's like, why? What is that? He doesn't understand the purpose behind it. So does that ring a bell?
So there's one major incident that just really popped out in the forefront of my mind that really shut me down with my dad. I was around maybe 11, 12 years old, and I asked him, he was brought up in a Baptist church. We went to church every Sunday, and it was a family gathering kind of thing. And I questioned God. And he just turned around, he smacked me in the mouth, and he said, "You don't ever question God in my presence again." And that was the turning point with my relationship with my dad, because and then after that, I kept all of my questions, all of my curiosities to myself, because and I'm 37 now. And so for years, I just shut down and I don't share things with him because of his disapproval. And that was that pivotal moment in our relationship, because even prior to that, whether it be sports, and he's just never shown up in that capacity to support me. He's always just been on the sidelines with his back turned, not even cheering me on and seeing what I'm doing anymore.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, that explains the Jupiter trine to your sun Pluto. You flourish a lot in active things, recreational or sport, athletic, anything fun, romantic, probably also romantic relationships, probably, or romantic affairs, like flirtation, maybe, or just short. It doesn't have to be long romantic affairs, or it doesn't have to be an affair. It could be any relationship too, but usually it's romantic affair. That's the fifth house. But that explains that. Yeah, you do have that. It's like sport. You wanted to almost like you have this strong, I guess you can say, like a sort of like risk-taking, adventurous side to yourself that believes in being, I'm lucky, I know what I'm doing. Very powerful. You feel very powerful and very expansive when it comes to anything athletic, anything sport related, and you have this sort of tenacity in you, not only because of the Scorpio, but also because of the Pluto there. The Pluto is, when you have planets in astrology, they kind of act stronger than the signs they rule. They sort of have this effect. It's just different. The signs are like, okay, it's almost like, because the signs are, I don't know if you've heard this before, but the planets are the what, so they're like the actors. The signs are the clothing, or like the where, the why, and the how, and the houses are the where and the stages.
okay.
So yeah, and so with the planets, without the planets, there won't be astrology. So in other words, if there was no astronomy, there's no planet, there's nothing. There's not even astronomy, period. Right? So it's really the planets that dictate all that stuff. But there's a more esoteric sort of view on that I personally feel is not esoteric, which is like there's something about the birth of the planets and the creation of bodies in the universe that tie in with our own personal creations as individuals, and how those link together. And it's almost like, how there's always a sun, right? Okay, so there's always a sun, there's always a Pluto, there's a moon, there's Saturn, whatever, there's the planets, right? But everybody has them in their charts. But what does that signify? To me, that signifies that we all have the same exact essential ingredient for that aspect of ourselves, which, by the way, I'm going to tie in with what Teal Swan says regarding fragmentations. The planets represent all the fragmentations of ourselves. At least that's what I see it as. Or not necessarily planets, but kind of. There's always fragmentation, right? But at the same time, the planets themselves, as themselves, like the bodies, I find that they have this sort of connection with the evolution of consciousness into form. So even though like animals may not be able to have this sort of like trauma stuff, ego stuff, they still go through a bit of this as well. Because every sort of form of consciousness goes through some sort of like, at the very least, physical manifestations of what these planets in astrology mean. Like, for example, the sun is about vitality. Everything has vitality. Everything has a sort of energy to it, right? The Saturn, for example, represents crystallization, manifestation, possibly, like, the constancy of things. Everything has a sort of a constancy. Everything has, it crystallizes, it forms, it goes. That's so everything is connected that way. So there's something about the planets, though. So it's, to me, it's not just, oh, it's representing it. It's symbolic. It's this and that. I'm like, no, I feel that there's something there,
There's
right? It's like why else would the chart show it? Like, why else would be like this and that? Yeah. Anyways, so so you do thrive in sports, and you feel very lucky, very fortunate. You probably have you ever done any business regarding, like, relating to sports or anything athletic, like coaching, like actual, like, instructions?
I
Yeah,
used to
you have.
coach gymnastics.
Ah, you did. Okay, cool. That's cool. Yeah. So awesome. Here's the thing, though. I notice limitations kind of like become part of your self-worth. Like, it's almost like you had to kind of pause and stop for many times in, like, throughout your life, and kind of question where you are. Is this where I wanted to go? Is this so there's always, particularly with money. Money has become like this issue. It's a second house thing, so it ties to self-worth, because money is a symbol of freedom, right? So that's a second house. So this Saturn square Jupiter is this thing. But at the same time, I noticed, though, that Jupiter here is that retrograde? Let me double check here. I think your Jupiter was in retrograde. Yeah, it was. Okay, so that means that there was, like, internal doubting of your own, like, optimism, your own, that sort of the Jupiter energy, just this optimism, expansion, growth. It's almost like maybe that's why you stopped. Particularly maybe when it comes to freedom, health, freedom, like money as representation of freedom, but also general, like, self-worth issues, like values. It's like, so Saturn is getting you to go, like, maybe you didn't necessarily need to stop and quit, but maybe transmute it into something else, because Saturn is at the borders of limitations. It's all about conservation. Before, in the past, in traditional astrology, Saturn was the last planet. There was nothing beyond that. So anything beyond that was like, Saturn was like this karmic planet. It was also the planet of death, meaning, like, at the end of things, like, boop, and here's your limit. There's Saturn right here. So with the challenging aspect to Jupiter, especially in retrograde, it's almost like you always had to question internally, is this where I'm supposed to go? Does this mean anything? So you had to continuously learn these lessons as you got older. So it's almost like your fifth and second house were, like, on repeat all the time. Repeat. It's like, am I doing this right? Is this the right thing? And just because you wanted to have fun, right? You want to have fun. You want to enjoy things. But the retrograde there is getting you to question that. There's an insecurity about it.
Mhm.
Yeah, so we all have different aspects of our lives, or different areas of our life where we have those. So you're not alone in that one. What else is there? So nothing with the body. Okay, cool. That's okay. Cool. So there's that. But eventually, though, as you get older, of course, you change. So in your progression charts, which is the charts that show progression, like how you evolve, there might be a release of that retrograde. So if it's a release of the retrograde, that means you start to understand it more. So I'm going to figure out, I think at a certain age, you probably realize that too. There's a certain release to that. So anyways, we're going to look into that later. So then we're like, ooh, more stuff. There's another one too, where you kind of question any relationship you meet, particularly like maybe in gymnastics, right? There was sort of like an insecurity with relationships, and you didn't know how to express yourself. You didn't know how to, like, it's almost like you had to verify things, and almost like almost hint at the fact that it's like, I want a bit of your approval. I want a bit of validation. So I'll tell you this. Especially with it in Scorpio, it's almost like you were using this power thing that was like to kind of, and I'm don't take it in a wrong way, like the word manipulation. Manipulation is just twisting of energies so that we go in the direction we want to. That's really what manipulation is. Um,
I like that definition. Yeah.
yeah, there you go. So, I mean, speaking of like, because I mean, even if we were looking at it etymologically speaking, like its root manipulare, I think is the word, but it comes to the word manus in Latin, means hand. So you're right. We always manipulate things with our hands, right? So we create, we destroy, create. It's part of life. That's manipulation. So Scorpio understands that. So you had to manipulate your way into getting people to see like your adventurous side. But again, it was like almost like relationships were kind of like you had this and then you didn't know how to express this. I can see that it's changed for you now based on your body language. You're definitely like there's a release there. So I'm kind of curious about your progression chart now. What else is there? You don't have problems with communication. You actually, or at least from what I see here, we don't see anything that you've gone through. It is part of your second house. So because it's in the last degrees of Scorpio, your 28 degrees, it's called a critical degree. The last 5 degrees, I think, 26 all the way to 0 or 30. It's a very powerful, strong, like I said here, right? With the degree of your ascendant. That's, yeah. Anyways, so with Mercury in your second house, it's almost like you had to, I believe you earned money through something with, or how you gained money, not necessarily earn it, but like part of your money making, like ability to earn money, this is the skill that you have, had something to do a lot with some maybe journalism, something with communication. It could be social media. It could be any form of transmission of information. Or it could also have been like teacher. In this case, you said you were a coach. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not exactly a career itself. However, both Mercury and Saturn here are trine in aspect to your midheaven. So that explains the whole like, so it's almost like your soul wanted to naturally go there and be this teacher. Both of the planets, although they're not, they are in conjunction. Okay, right here, I see it. So that means, yes, okay, you had to be a teacher, someone who usually informed people of something. Okay, that's a kind of a given. Now we're going to go back into Uranus later, probably, because we'll go into Chiron eventually. That's important. The moon, as you may or may already not know, so doesn't matter, is the part of us that is a deeper identity. It's not really identity. It's kind of like the soul, almost. They call it the soul, while the sun is called the spirit. The moon is the soul. What that really means is that the spirit is more on the logical side. So the left brain, and the sun is the left. No, sorry. The moon. The sun is the left brain. The moon is the right brain. So that's why when it goes for males, when you go this way, so the sun is here for me. The right eye, this is the sun, medically speaking. So if you're ever curious about medical astrology, you go into the right eye for men. For women, it's the left eye, that's the sun.
Okay.
So it's vice versa. So and then when it comes to the moon, here, usually it represents the right side of the brain. So more intuition, more emotion, more those kind of things. This is the moon for men. This is the moon for women. So yeah. Anyways, I'm just like adding on to that. I don't know why, but so the moon is part of ourselves that is like about magnetism, pull. It's not just emotions; it's the fluctuations of emotions. It's magnetism. It's like it's the one that goes. It's basically kind of like your senses. much. You see this, right? So being that yours was in 0 degrees Libra, oh yeah, you like, it's very young. You were born with a very young lunar self. Your fractured part of yourself is the lunar part of yourself, which is very open to relationships. Like you feel at home with relationship. Any sort of connections that you have. Could be new, it could be old, as long as you're relating to them, relating with them, to them, whatever. However, it was a huge challenge growing up. You had to transform through not being able to communicate. You had issues with communication. You probably lost your voice. You had to transform through that. And it keeps happening again and again. Even today, I would say probably, because it's in retrograde. That's like the repetition. So it's almost like you also can't express your emotions. You can't be honest with people. It's almost like, because if you do, it's almost like, well, first of all, we have it square also Neptune. Your moon square Neptune, it's almost like you have this, the way you communicate, which is third house, and express your emotions specifically in communities that you're in, like groups, social groups, communities, clubs, whatever. It could also be like pertaining to the money you earn from your boss, right, from your career, specifically more career, because there's this trick, and you don't have to know this right now, but there's this trick in astrology called house within houses. So if you have the 10th house and you consider that the first house, which is the self, and the 11th house becomes the second house, which is about money, it means it's the money you earn from your boss or career, because it's now the first house. It's like a house within a house. I hope that makes sense. Sorry, I'm just giving you a preview, but that's done in astrology. You may or may not know that already, but if you do, great. Yeah. So
I did not.
Okay, that's cool. Well, now you do. So pardon I do talk sometimes like quite fast. Sometimes I don't. Depends. Any questions so far? Because I want to go into the moon again. There's something there.
Yeah, no, keep going. Yeah.
Okay. So technically, when you have this sort of like I don't want to say this. It's almost like feels like almost like a curse sometimes, where it's like you have this, like your emotions get to you and becomes a sort of exaggerated sort of like connection. Any connection you want to have, it's almost like exaggerated. It's almost like it becomes fantasy. You imagine this fantasy in your relationship with people, and how this is part of your learning process, and this is the third house. So it's like, but that kind of gets to you, and you just kind of go overboard, and you kind of like your emotions become this extreme thing. It's like you have it because you have idealism, like you have ideals, you have your own ways of seeing things, that it's like, I have to talk this way. This is the way I express myself. This is the third house. And this is the way you express yourself to the general public or people or communities that I'm in. But again, you have the square right here, again, with Chiron in retrograde. It's almost like they don't understand you. So it's like, well, if I can't be myself in a way that is like this, then why do I bother telling you anything? So almost like you want to pick. So I guess as you grew older, of course, you started to pick and choose who you wanted to express yourself to. Even to the point where just like, finally, I can embrace myself. This is the challenge. When we have aspects like the square in astrology, they're great aspects because it means it keeps us awake. It actually awakens us. It teaches us. These are challenges that make us stronger and awake, and like feel like, oh, there's the pain, but then the pain gets transmuted into something like, it's not just powerful, like physical power, it's actually internally powerful.
Yeah.
So with the Neptune moon placement there in square, it's almost like, sure, you can be fucking weird all you want. Go into things like fucking exoteric. Go into like things that are like, whoa, that's so cool. And then other people will be like, what? Or you get into like these I don't know if you've heard of like the hermetic principles or something like that, or you get into, I don't know, anything super esoteric. Even today, as humanity evolves, there are most people are still not going to get some of this stuff, or a lot of this stuff. Just what? It's going to go whoosh, right? But you get it. You have this sort of natural ability to be like, because you've gone through that point where it's just like you learned through how to adapt to how to be Neptunian. Your lunar Neptune part of yourself that goes like, I can be fucking weird. I can be like out of this world. I can be aloof. Also, that's the other thing. I can be aloof if I want to, because it's like I'm trying to step away from the negative energy. It's like I'm not going to absorb that energy. No. So you you do this. So, and people don't get it. It's like, no, I don't need to explain to you anything. If you understand energies, then you would understand me. But that's okay if you don't. So that's part of the growing process too, right? So
Yeah.
yeah,
That was
okay,
and
cool.
that's kind of what that point that I'm at right now is really recognizing that is part of my growth right now, is really it's been very empowering, that internal that you were talking about, like that has just been very well. I mean, it's happened a few times, but the big one has just actually recently happened for me, and it's like, yeah,
Okay,
time to
cool.
embrace our weirdness.
That's good. Yeah, there you go. I also noticed I forgot to mention, since we're talking about that wounding earlier, wounding is good. Because like, how do you know if you have skin if you don't know if you don't know how to scratch it? Right? Yeah. But that was a little off, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So yeah, there you go. So I know you get what I'm saying. Just like I saw right away, I was like, oh, Moon Neptune. Oh yeah, she's gonna get it. No need to explain anything. Just like
No, not at all.
This also has given you a lot of abilities to be not only that's highly sensitive or empathetic or empathic, but also like beyond psychic. You have these downloads that are just like, it just comes to you now, especially because of the struggles you've gone through. It's almost like now your communication style is no longer necessarily 3D or human, the human condition side of time. Yours is like, okay, that's it. Yeah, I don't need to explain it. It's inexplicable. It's beyond words. It's almost like, I don't know. Do you ever have? I'm going to take a look at your other charts later, but which Claire are you? I'm kind of curious. Which Claire ability have you honed, or at least naturally mastered sort of? You know what I'm saying? Like it improved on any of the Claires?
Yes. And okay. So I think that my predominant one is clairvoyance. And it actually came about when I was a child and I just didn't know. And then all the chaos in the world, I honestly thought that I was just crazy. And
That's a good thing. I like it.
well, it was just the people around me just really supported that negative self-belief in myself that I was crazy. But here, I would say within like the past 2 years or so, I've kind of let go of what that fear of what other people, that craziness that everyone had always kind of, and it's starting to be more predominant again, kind of thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. I'd love to go more into other things too, but I noticed that you have your South Node. This is why it also comes naturally to you, because in your past lives, you're so used to, first of all, being there for others, just being in like relationship is sort of like a natural thing for you. Usually when it comes to natural, sometimes people, I used to do this where I thought the moon was sort of like a natural thing, but at the same time it is. But it's more like habits. For you, it's like that habit of being Libra. It's like, you have a Sun in Scorpio thing, but your Moon in Libra is also equal, just as powerful. So like you said, relationships are important, harmony, balance, all that stuff. But you've also learned to accept that. It's because Isn't that because, okay, you remember how I said to you there's like, you know, I'm sure you're aware of this, like signs have rulers. I don't know if you
Mhm.
already know that. So some signs have two rules. Libra has now it's becoming popular. No, actually, it's not becoming popular. There are astrologers who are starting to accept that Libra has a second ruler, or specifically a first ruler, and Venus is becoming its second ruler. Just like Scorpio, its ruler used to be traditionally Mars, but then they realized there's something about Pluto. There's something about Scorpio. It's like it's very dark. So there's something about this shadow stuff, taboo, whatever. They realize, oh, Pluto fits in right with this sign. Libra's behaving the same way. I'm not really sure about now, but eventually, I don't know. For me personally, because it's not set yet. It's not something that it's fully accepted all throughout the astrological community. I personally don't care. Uh, Eris was the goddess of strife and disharmony, discord. She was the one who created disharmony and discord, all that stuff, for the sake of testing mankind to see the absurdity of their actions. Right? She brought war in a different way. She brought, but she was also the kind of person who was very like she was the one who laughed at dead soldiers. Like, okay, but she's laughing because of the irony behind it, the absurdity and the irony behind it. It's like you chose to be here. There you go. You can't expect to unsheathe your sword and not get sliced by it. You can't expect not to hurt someone if you say fuck you, like out of anger and negativity. Of course. This is part of being human. It's part of being, you know, the whole process, whether it's physical or verbal, emotional, psychological, spiritual, whatever. So, um, I kind of digressed here a little bit. So the second ruler, the main ruler is going to be Aries, which we're going to look at in a little bit here. So going back to this whole thing with your Libra, but your South Node being in Libra is you in the past life you were so used to that you're used to possibly like being always okay with things being given to you. It's almost like this. Instead of having things your way or that you asserted yourself into what you wanted, it is actually in Scorpio. Yeah, it is 20 degrees. Sorry, it's in yeah. So I don't know. I can't pinpoint exactly what happened in the past life, not with this chart. So, but how that ties into your North Node is that why am I mentioning the South Node though? Oh, because in your past, even though you were this kind of person who was like, you know, very much relationships were everything. You know, you respect relationship, you loved relationship, you were in it, and you kept the harmony. It could have been like maybe you were possibly, I don't know, some sort of leader in a certain way, like a what do you call this? Call this like a sort of a commander, like a sort of a position of leadership that was to create balance and harmony. Um, but with your trine, with the trine aspect to Chiron there, even though it repeats itself, it's almost like you naturally have this tendency to go back to that behavior. To like, it's almost like you also sometimes recoil in a way because it's like, oh, it's safety. I want peace and harmony. I want this. You go back to that. It becomes sort of this. It's your go-to to feel, you know, because the South Node is what you call the dragon's tail. It's the past, and it's repeated lifetimes of practice, so to speak, of that energy. And because it was in Libra, it's exactly what you're used to doing. Now it's like the opposite. Your soul wants to be a leader. Your soul wants to be the pioneer, the initiator of things, instigator of things, even if it's like, you know, towards anger, even if it's towards, you know, all these things, but particularly with health, when it comes to health, because it's in the sixth house. So that means that you're called to be a leader of something regarding like anything regarding health, health issues, diseases, yeah, anything really pertaining to health, directly like physical health, maybe mental health as well, psychological health, possibly emotional and spiritual health, but mostly physical. I don't know what that is yet, but I feel like something to do with like leadership. There's a part of you that also kind of feels like, oh, it's the path, it's the unpaved road. There's like, okay, it can be a little scary because like, oh, now what? So anything like that, but also something to do with the unconscious, something to do with work, anything to do with volunteering, anything to do with the unconscious. So things that become practice. Yeah, we call this the house of the unconscious is because it's routine. This is ruled by Virgo. Virgo, out of all the signs, knows like work, 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 work. Virgos love to be busy with work because they resonate with that. They can multitask, but at the same time be practical and just do things. So very earthy. So tied in with Aries energy here, but that's with the North Node. What rules your sixth house? Oh, actually, it's in Aries. Okay, yeah, it's still in Aries. So yeah, it's that fire energy with the Earth. So yeah, something to do with definitely being a leader. It has a lot to do with being a leader. So both are leadership roles. Like in your past, you were a leader. Now you're also a leader. But the difference between them is that to be more like focusing more on yourself, focusing more on your freedom, focusing more on just being present as well, being present, because Aries is a very present sign, linked to like it's linked to the first house, right? So you are a baby. It represents the baby stage. So it means present, meaning like childlike, just here. I'm not worried about the future. I'm not worried about the past. Who cares about that? I'm just gonna have fun. I'm just gonna enjoy it exactly at this moment. That's Aries energy. It's also a burst of like initiative energy, right? It's like and then let go. That's Aries. So you're being called to do that, where it's like in a way to also trust the road ahead of you and just find the courage to just keep going and just and if you're curious about something, go for it. If you want to do something, go for it. If you want to go for it. It's all about that energy. It's a very Mars energy, where it's like, you know, so yeah, could be issues like maybe aggression, maybe could be a thing, but it could be transmuted into something, you know, beneficial for you. So that's the general gist of the North Node placement. Um, but the reason I mentioned the South Node is because of Chiron. But you also, you have this right here. I forgot what this is called. There's certain shapes in astrology that sort of dictate this. This shape is like there's a lot of flow between your wounding, your past life, your future path, and also the changes that happen unexpectedly in life. So you naturally go with these changes because it's so natural for you to be like, oh, there's a change. Okay, well, sure, whatever. Yeah, go with it. Um, but I wanted to tie Uranus back into Jupiter because remember how earlier we talked about how you had all these limitations with money. You also had probably like, did you switch roles? Still teaching, but did you switch? You had sudden expectation?
So I actually got out of teaching. My health, I kept every year. I was extreme burnout, was in the hospital every year, was on so many medications, just trying to cope and deal with. And then finally got to the point to where I realized that I needed a massive change. Like that was not sustainable for me long term. So I got out of teaching, had zero idea what I was going to do because teaching, I had known I'd wanted to be a teacher since I was 13. And so stepping away from that teaching was very difficult for me, but I knew for my mental health and my physical, like all of my health, I had to step away from it. And so I ended up as an office manager for about a year, and now I'm unemployed.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah, and so, but it goes right into with the way that all of that worked out. I did come to the realization that like my passion was I knew I liked teaching. I knew I liked mentoring and guiding and all of that stuff. And so now I'm in the process of transitioning careers into coaching others, female empowerment, because
Mhm.
and it's so funny that you say some of this too, because when you're talking about even the financial blocks that I had, I jump started my I jump started my journey 7 years ago when I was 30, when I decided that what I currently had was not in alignment with me, and
Mhm.
I moved to Dubai and drastically changed my life. And that kind of helped me get rid of some of those financial blocks and everything. I was very resistant to coming back to the US. Well, it wasn't so much to the US, it was to my hometown area,
Mhm.
because I know that all of the growth and the evolving that I did do was because I had completely removed myself from the environment and the people that I was around. And so coming back into that environment and with those people was very difficult for me. And so the last 4 years have been a struggle trying to balance being in this environment and not reverting back to those habits and those
Yeah.
relationships and stuff, and
Yeah.
using my voice, because I was not allowed to have a voice growing up. I did not have a voice. I
Yeah.
did not allowed to have boundaries. And
Mhm.
so it was the past 7 years have been a very big struggle in, doing that shadow work and overcoming those things to embody that divine feminine and who I am authentically. And of course, I'm still on that journey. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at now, is realizing that that journey that I had was me discovering my divine feminine and empowering myself to be authentically me.
Mhm.
And it was a struggle. And that health aspect was a huge part of that, was because my physical and my mental and my emotional health was just depleted. And when I went to Dubai and I experienced healthier foods, I experienced a culture that wasn't this hustle culture that allowed me to slow down. And it was just incredible. The body, mental, emotional, and spirituality that I experienced through that journey. And like, I'm still struggling with it now, don't get me wrong, but that that experience was very empowering for me. And I realized that that's ultimately what I wanted to do, was empower other women to discover themselves in that sort of way and improve their overall health, to
Yeah.
start living authentically and in that divine feminine. Yeah.
It's funny also how you say that, because you actually have this, because you have Venus placement in your first house too. That's part of the what you embody as well. You, that retrograde you felt when you were younger, which it was like the insecurity to kind of like, I didn't know how to express myself, constantly showed you how to be more, find your own inner worth. Venus rules the second house, which rules Taurus, which is about worth, leisure, not just leisure, but like things we enjoy, sensuality, simple things, food, beauty, aesthetics. That's Venus. Forms of entertainment, but because it was in retrograde, physically speaking, it actually, that's part of that energy. It's feminine. It's what is it called? It's sensuality, not like Mars, which is sexuality, but it's also what's called the, because Mars is virility, which ties in with the male energy, whilst Venus is the other. So I forgot. There's a word I'm looking for. Sorry, I forgot what it was. But anyways, the point is that it's it's part of what you embody. So that explains why you have that divine feminine, because it's like, it's almost like you were unable to express your anger, growing up. Sorry, as well.
Yes.
I've hit a button. Okay, okay.
I just had a conversation with my daughters the other day, and realizing that I've never been able to access, like fully access that part of me. And so we were actually talking about going to a rage room the other day because I've never experienced it because I've always had to shove it down kind of thing. And so yeah, that anger and rage emotion is one that I'm still like trying to figure out how to properly deal with, if I'm being honest.
You probably naturally transmuted it towards your career.
Oh yeah.
Likely.
When I felt anger that last time, I actually dove straight into my work, which is when I was being in office, even in teaching, which is how I ended up burned out all year, was because I just put all of my intention into my career, or whatever it was I was doing, whether it was coaching gymnastics or teaching. And then as that office manager, I just focus all of my energy on that, and it ultimately caused chaos in my life.
It will burn you out, because it's like, when we look at it from an astrological point of view, it's showing me right here, because it was in Leo, the sun rules your 10th house. But because part of the energy of your sun is tied not only to Scorpio, but also that Pluto energy is not just that thing we talked about. It's also the use, and I'm quoting Judy Hall from this. Okay, with this, she said it's the use, misuse, and abuse of power. So it's anger. It's like a volcano, right? It's not just like your typical fire energy. It's like suppressed fire. So with your placement in the Sun Pluto, it wanted to be real, not only with realness and fucking like genuine, like seriously, like cosmic ass genuine. That's what Pluto wants. It was square to your Mars. That also meant that not only do you have issues with anger, but it's almost like with that suppression, it's almost like your energy had to go somewhere else. You had to transmute it. You had this expression. You actually have this, your cusp of your 2nd house is ruled by Scorpio. That means that Pluto and Mars rule your sense of self-worth. That means that with Pluto, because of Scorpio aspect in the 2nd house right here, because it's ruled by both Pluto and Mars rule Scorpio, them together, it's almost like it's waiting for you to release the anger in one way or another, but you naturally transmuted it towards your career. It's almost like, and then Leo was just like, oh, this is way too much. This is opposite of my childlike, enthusiastic self. No. So therefore you suppress it, and you're just like, So that's why there's a burnout. It's almost like your body got, instead of it being transmuted, it's almost like the anger transmuted it towards inwards, and it sucked the fucking like energy out of your body.
Yes. And then you saying that volcano, and even in the past, I remember I was like that ticking time bomb, just waiting to erupt because I had pushed so much down. And then when it did get to be too much, I remember it was Mother's Day, and my family still tells the story because it was the day that I went absolutely nuts because we were living in a camper at the time because our house burned down. And so we had very limited space, and yet we were hosting Mother's Day lunch for some reason. I don't know. But so we had just like this little mini fridge. And so I told everyone, only bring the bare minimum kind of thing. Don't bring extra of anything because we don't have the space for it. And they brought 2 heads of lettuce, and and 2 things of ketchup. And I absolutely lost my mind because I was like, where are we going to put all of this stuff? And then I got, they all call me crazy because that I am that ticking time bomb. I just suppress, like just push it all down until I can't take it anymore. And then I just explode and it's not like this, it's just this overwhelming emotion, and no one knows what to do with me because I'm hysterical. I'm not rational at this point, because none of it's like, no one can understand why 2 heads of lettuce made me that upset, and it was, pushing that anger down. Yeah, I was definitely just waiting to erupt, and it's happened a few times.
So have you ever Have you ever tried accessing what the emotions tell you about, instead of looking for the why you were angry or why you get angry at certain things? Have you ever done the emotional, like using emotions to get you the answer rather than logic? Because I feel like your Neptune is huge potential. I'm sure you've accessed this at least once in your life in your third house. The thing with it is like, it's the Neptune is in the Neptune here is in the third house, right? But if you see these lines right here, this is just for you specifically. They're outside. They're not. It's called interception. When a sign is intercepted, it means that there are more than two signs that rule that house. Therefore, the sign is intercepted. And what interception does, it means that it's like locked in. And if it's locked in, it's something that communication is one of those things, or communication, transmission of information, learning, general learning, like not just learning, studying, learning, like learning, but like the lessons you learn is was quite blocked. And Neptune was probably the only gateway towards that, which was to escape. Like Neptune is escaping, it's a planet of escapism as well, because it rules also drugs, alcohol, uh, music can be an escape too. Anything that is like spirituality can be an escape too. Any sort of escape, right? And because it was in this house, how you've learned through your whole life, most of the time, or at least when you were younger, it was like this sort of energy you didn't understand. So you couldn't really like pinpoint what maybe certain emotions meant. That kind of explains why it's like, you exploded. You also have Saturn there, which is constantly suppressing it, or at least because Mercury is all about open communication. It's a fast energy. It's the fastest planet after the moon, or the sun rather, and it spins around the sun like this, and it's so fast. So information super fast, right? There's another planet that's even faster than that, by the way. But what I'm saying is not physically planet, but that fast, that speed represents the transmission of information that has to be flowing. But Saturn blocks that. At least it was blocking it, or at least a part of you that's like resistant to it because of fear. Saturn also rules fear. Anything you're afraid of, especially when it comes to personal freedom, money as freedom, earning abilities, your self-worth, all that tied to that beautiful second house, Venus, Taurus stuff. Because the energy right here wants to be free. It's Sagittarius. But Sagittarius cannot breathe through this Saturn placement. It cannot breathe. It cannot be optimistic and expand. But that's the learning curve. That's where the learning curve comes in. Saturn will tell you, no, no, no. Saturn goes, here's the border, here's the boundary, here's the wall. This will be your wall. I will teach you. Saturn is the teacher. This is why it's tied into what you did too. But at the same time, it is a teacher. So yeah, that explains the whole why you also had to explode. Your Mercury was in the last degrees of Scorpio. Your Venus was in retrograde. So that shows us like, it's almost like this awkwardness that comes out and people don't get it. But somehow there's a part of you that did understand it. You just didn't access it yet. At the very least, it came later. And it's funny how you said earlier, you were like, what was this? You couldn't figure things out. And that's when I went, in your younger years, like when you were even elementary school, you were like, you had this house of interception, shows me that it's like, you didn't really understand it, in the ethereal sense, esoteric sense. But as you got older, it got released. I'm pretty sure it did.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's we pretty much read most of the stuff on this chart. What else was there? Do you have questions about your learning style?
So
No.
as in no, I don't think so. I don't.
Okay,
Do you mean like
kinesthetic, those kind of things.
Oh.
Hands-on.
No, with me being a teacher, that was one of those. I had to fiddle around with that one a lot, and I think I pretty much, yeah, kind of figured that one out.
Okay.
Even well, I don't know. I guess I had always kind of leaned towards, or I thought that I was an auditory learner.
Hmm.
And but here recently, I feel as though I have definitely more of like that hands-on that
Yeah.
that's more like incorporating all of it.
Yeah.
So and I feel like with that I am, which may have been what my struggle has been for so many years, because I always thought I was auditory.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, what I see here is that it was in Sagittarius. The cusp of your third house was in Sagittarius, and it's conjunct Neptune. So that's a lot of like intuitive type of. This is basically what your learning style is. It is hands-on because of the Sagittarian energy, because it likes to explore things, very explorative, but it's also philosophical. It's highly intuitive. With Neptune there, it's like on acid. Okay.
Ah,
So for you, that even like the whole idea of getting into teaching, which for me, I don't agree with most systems still today in the world, where it's like it's all about rote memorization. There are a lot of places out there that still do that. It's like
mm,
right,
yep,
gross the fuck out. Um, right.
yeah.
So yours is more like abrupt. As probably has. I'm surprised it's not like, did you ever consider, I don't know, something with language, something with foreign stuff, something with, I mean, yes, foreign, you taught in a foreign school, right?
Yeah, I
Before?
taught English as a second language to Emiratis.
There you
Hmm.
go. So there's that Sagittarius. It's also foreign stuff. So you might still be, maybe a part of you will pull you in that direction still, but yeah. So obviously things have opened up. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump into the next chart, which is going to be a little bit. We'll see what it adds to this chart, or what it adds in general. So now it's going to get more boom, complicated. But okay. So I see
Oh
here.
wow!
Yeah, there you go. And that's not even. That's like we're almost like, yeah, we're deeper into the water, but we're like we've gone past dipping our toe in the water, but you're already swimming in it. But we're gonna swim further.
All right.
Um, okay, so what I see here, you have Ceres conjunct your Sun Pluto conjunction. Um, Typically, what that means is that you actually resonate with a certain degree of independence, but through kind of like a nurturing, a co-nurturing, not codependent, co-existing kind of nurturing. Because its Ceres is the planet of uh, self-love, self-parenting, unconditional expression of nurturing. She was Ceres in Greek mythology. That's a Roman term. Her equivalent in Greek mythology was Demeter. She was the mother of Persephone. So every time she lost Persephone, she had to go to Hades, mean to hell, and then she came back. Half of the year she was in hell, half of the year she was back with her. So what that represents is definitely like this whole transition of cycles of like gains, losses, nurture, unnurtured, nurture, unnurtured. So you have this fluctuating part of your personality that is about that. It's almost like, again, like I said, kind of like independence in a way, really learning how to parent yourself as well. Does that
I just
okay?
I just had this whole talk with my daughter about the importance of reparenting yourself. Like
Yeah.
that was so much of these past 7 years has been me reparenting myself.
Okay. Yeah. Hmm. I wish I could do some things with astrology where we could take every single day of your life and see it as a kind of like this sort of what do you call this? You know, when you like the like comic strips, not comic strips, like the what do you call that? When you put on the projector screen, what was that thing we used to do in the past when you have like these little slideshows? There you
Like,
go.
yeah.
Yeah, I wish could do that with astrology, like with the app, like what I'm using now. There is an app where you can actually do that, where you look into like a span of days and see where the planets are moving. It literally, there's an app for that. I forgot which one it is, but it's an astrology app. Anyways, I'm digressing because I wanted to see. You said 7 years. I was like, oh, I'm pretty sure Ceres was there somewhere. It was moving in somewhere. Um, but keep in mind that when you have your birth chart, it's kind of like the energy that you were kind of like stamped. It's kind of like your print. It's your soul print of this life. However, again, it progresses, and there's internal psychological and external influences. So yeah. Um, so there's that. So anything that you experience with the body specifically, with that very Plutonian thing, with the abuse, the trauma, the power struggles, it shaped your DNA. It actually, because Ceres apparently rules epigenetics, which makes sense because she's the high vibration of the moon. So she's about basic needs like the moon, except she's more about, again, that whole finding nurturing within yourself first before externally. The moon is external. It's external nurturing. It's like food, clothing, warmth, comfort, home. That's the moon. Emotions, that's all external. Ceres is internal. It's going inwards and saying, time to go a little bit inwards. All right. So for you, you know how to work with that energy of like, I, it's kind of, at least at the very least, it's what you wanted. It's kind of what gave you energy, kind of gave you vitality. It's like, I can take care of myself. Which actually in turn, let's see, where's that opposite of? 6, 7, 8. So that means, okay, it's opposite of Sedna. Ooh, Sedna's deep. Okay. So Sedna is, so it's opposite of Sedna. So Sedna is basically, earlier I said that Ceres is a high vibration of the moon. Sedna is a high vibration of Ceres. So it's definitely about unconditional, like it's just forgiveness. Because her story is that she was a what is it? The sea/creation sort of goddess in Inuit mythology, and she basically lost her fingers because her father chopped them off. She was trying to grab onto the boat. There was a storm that was caused technically by this um, visiting raven who uh, who disguised itself as a human being, and she had children with this raven. It's weird. It's almost like, what? But that's the mythology is symbolic, right? So, um, but the thing is, her father was trying to create like he was trying to resist the fact that she wanted that she for her to be free. He was resistant to the fact that it's like, oh, your daughter has her own mind, da da da. So she kind of tried to stop. I don't know. The way I'm getting it is like he's kind of like this. There's two sides to Sedna. One is like responsibility to family and culture and society, whilst also being free, but kind of being tricked into it because there was the stranger that came, and the story is it was kind of like this, like it's not a complete story, it's a myth, right? So it's like, and because it's symbolic, it's almost like that's a weird story, why? So but Sedna is also about belief, and part of it is also mythologies, and kind of working with the stories in our lives and figuring out the realities and the unrealities of it. When I say unrealities, is sometimes the perception is like perception determines what reality is that we have, right? So Sedna represents part of that, where because she was tricked into taking taking that raven or that man as her husband and having children and being taken away from her responsibility. It's almost like there was a split, right? But the point of it is that basically she was being told what to do. She was being controlled. She's kind of like part of the divine feminine sort of structure where it's like for a lot of women who, there's a lot of suppression from patriarchy. It's an imbalance and all that stuff. And so she represents that she's bringing back this thing. Because if you look at it astronomically speaking, she's the planet that's farthest away, the farthest planet discovered today in astronomy. It's like she has what is it called? She has an orbit, she has a solar orbit of about 1100 years, I think. Pluto is only about 800 something. We're talking like full orbit, like one, right? So Sedna is in a sign, in any of the signs for a very, 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 very long time. But she's coming in now. She's actually coming closer to the sun. So that means she's coming closer to identity of humanity, how we identify ourselves. She's bringing in the old stuff, but at the same time reviewing what it is for the future. She's kind of like this. I don't know, because she's mostly about forgiveness. It's almost like she's saying that yes, you've looked into your inner self. Yes, you've looked into this, but what does it mean? She's tied in meaning to like what it means to have the negative and the positive, and learning how to work with that and completely accept it and get away from victimhood. She's kind of like that energy. I don't know how to describe her, but she's basically like, yeah, like unconditional forgiveness. She's beyond Neptune. Neptune is forgiveness, is unconditional love, but not really. It's more about the illusions. That's Neptune. Sedna is the actual one. Because her fingers were cut off. It's like, wow, thanks, Dad, for cutting my fingers off. Okay, I'm gonna die now. She fell into the sea, and she sank deep into the ocean. As she died, her body and parts and fingers became parts of the ocean. So she's this kind of complete release of like just the ego, destructiveness of the ego. She's almost in a way, she's actually the opposite of the sun, like the dark side of the sun, the ego. So, yeah, but how that ties in with your Sun Pluto series is that you've had to learn how to internally at least question, first of all, do I let you go? How do I forgive you? Any relationships, it's in the 7th house. Any sort of agreement that you've had, even with yourself, how do I let that go completely? So you've always had to kind of doubt it. I don't know if again, it might not be retrograde anymore, but for the most part in your life, it was retrograde. So that means that it was an internal questioning of how much do I let go? How much do I accept what happened is part of my reality or part of what I can choose to make it part of my reality. Does that make sense? I hope. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no. Okay. And I feel like I have come to a lot of those kind of realizations about myself, especially like with the forgiveness aspect of things, forgiveness for myself and my forgiveness for others kind of thing. And that internal, that self-doubt that I've been struggling with forever. And, finding that balance and asking myself the right questions to reflect on those things, to learn how to give that forgiveness and that letting go. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, I'm working on that balance right now.
That's good. Okay. Yeah, it's awesome. But that also ties in with Venus here. And it's surprising because now we have like this huge stellium happening right here. A stellium is 3 planets or more. in conjunction, like they're beside each other. But there's this huge gap between an 8-degree gap between right here between Ceres and Venus, but it's still now connected. So what that does is Ceres is actually connecting all these energies together, all the way to core right here. And what that means is, first of all, let me break it down. So sometimes I have to think about what the meaning is, and sometimes the definition of the planet, like it's what it's about, what it rules, can be kind of complex because it's like, how do you combine that with this other planet? Like, for example, if you have, let's say for me, I have Sun Jupiter conjunction. Jupiter is about expansion, is about growth, it's about optimism, belief, but it depends on the house it's in. So I wouldn't necessarily say that Jupiter, let's say in the first house, is like expanding your body. It could be something relative to that. It could be that it's like you have a natural, you're very lucky, so to speak. You're very expansive, very optimistic. See, expansion and optimism there's a link, right? So that's, yeah. So that's why I'm like trying to process what I'm trying to like interpret here as well. So, okay. So you have your Venus, just looking at Venus and all the way to core. Oops. Venus to core right here. Opposite of Pholus. So I'm going to break it down. So Ixion, first of all, let's go. Sorry. Ixion is a part of us that wants to just be like blissful. It's not just happy. Blissful as in like content. So in the mythology, Ixion he violated the ancient Greek belief or this culture or custom of hospitality. He made a mistake killing his uncle. I forgot what it was. And then that broke the law, an ancient Greek law of like kin. It's like kin relationship. But then there was another law that he broke. He's a centaur. Okay, so half man, half horse. He's a centaur. So he broke the second law he broke was against hospitality. So he tried to seduce Hera, the wife of Zeus. So what happened was Zeus got angry because he gave him the second chance. It's like, you broke one law, now you're breaking a second law? What the fuck? Like, but Ixion represents bliss where if we work at something. Okay, before we jump into that, sorry. Ixion was punished for it, naturally. So what happened was he was stuck in this wheel for eternity, where he had to be stuck in it and it would turn or something like that. So he'd be like punished. It's not just like he's stuck in a wheel. I think he was tortured as well or something like that. I don't know what it was. Something to do with like he'll be stuck in the state of not getting what he wants because he followed his carnal desires without taking consideration like the needs of others and what maybe their beliefs are, who they are, what they do, all those things. But Ixion is that part of us that goes like, we have to listen to our own bliss and we have to find it not at the expense of others. So Ixion is about violations. Ixion is about crime. Ixion is about second chances, opportunities, those kind of things. I don't know if you're getting the energy with Ixion. I can feel, yeah. So it's kind of like that. And then we have Kor here, which is like he was the Etruscan god of. Was he Etruscan? I forgot what it was. He was a bird. I think it was. He's something to do with like rhythm of life. He represents being able to. He's like the soul forge or soul energy, like the how to move with the functions of life, like that is universal. So he's a higher vibration of Jupiter, which is optimism. But core is like unlimited optimism. Literally, like core is. I'm gonna cheat here with some of my notes here. 1 second. This is now okay. This is now the time where I'm like, okay, cheating time. It's not cheating. I don't care.
Yeah, no, not at all.
Yeah, this is one of the tricks I kind of suggest to people if they're doing astrology that they do it, especially like for you, even for you, like you have this your learning style. Your cusp of the third house, right? It was in Sagittarius, right here. So it's very intuitive. It's not memorizing. Forget it. Don't even memorize. Don't even. So it's very fire energy. So what I suggest is usually like if you want to, you can do like you can create your own cheat sheet. You can go like, this is what I want to say, this is how I say it, and then you just look to it. You don't need to memorize anything. Just go bloop, bloop, and then it looks a little technical, like it looks a little like there's no flow when you are, let's say, doing a session, for example, like with a client. But I think that's okay
Yeah.
because yeah. So I don't know. Because I used to resist that before and was like, no, I have to know what it is. I have to be perfect and I have to get things right. I have to memorize. And then it causes more stress. I'm like, no.
Yeah, it's just so
Yeah.
much.
Yeah,
And so,
exactly.
but with what you said, I have found, like, even with me learning to read my tarot and everything, it was that initial just kind of like bullet point little sheet, and then it's like glance look, and then that intuition is like it kicks in, and then it's like, oh yeah, that's where it's at, and then it's just like
Yeah.
a flow state after that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It's like sometimes you just need that little kickstart.
Absolutely. Exactly. That's the thing. And that's your fire, right? Boom. Yeah. Absolutely. So, yeah, I remember like just taking parts of it. Like I've been doing astrology for like since on and off since 2010. So it's like it was just literally on and off. Like I didn't since at least ever since maybe 2017 I stopped doing all that memorizing stuff. So I just kind of just like went with it. Here's my cheat. Here's my book. I'm gonna look at it. Okay, then that's it. No fuss, no muss, and then that's it. It's as simple as that, right? So yeah, and it's very liberating as well. So that's the thing. Yeah, even though my cusp, my third house cusp is in Virgo, it's perfectionist. It's learned to let it go because I actually have Jupiter conjunct my third house cusp, and Jupiter rules Sagittarius. So the Earth there with Virgo changed over time, and Jupiter was just like to be a little bit more on the balanced side of things. You can sort of learn things practically. You know, you can do things practically, but you don't need to memorize anymore. So it has definitely changed. So core, going back to core, he's about like crossroads, like what do you call this? What's that word? Look at my thing here. Coming of age. He represents coming of age, transition from one area of your life to another. He rules, and the reason he rules like rhythm of life is because when you're coming of age, it's like it's a natural process. It's a natural transition. It's not just like I'm quitting from here to here and I'm just stopping. It's not an abrupt stop. It's literally like a flow of like I need to listen to the rhythm of the universe. And this is core. This is a part of us that is spiritual, timeless, or at least flows with time. And what else is there? He also rules languages, and ancestry, races, collectives, divisions, a bunch of other things too. Like that includes genocide as well. So it's big stuff. That's mundane stuff. Don't worry about that. Lineage as well. So source energy. So cultural shocks as well. So cultural suppression or culture shocks, adulteration of beliefs, imposition of beliefs, moral code, order, and wisdom. So I don't know how to describe core energy. It's like because he's a high vibration of Jupiter. It's almost like he's has all these structures, but he doesn't abide by them. He just goes flow with it, and then you have your as long as you listen inwards. I don't know if that makes sense. Core is still quite new, but they base it off of the myth, but there's not a lot on the mythology. This is how astrology is created. Like it's really based on the mythology or the story or the legend. So, but basically, it's really something to do with like understanding the flow of life. What else? Actually, I wrote some notes here. He is quoting the lingo that Judy Hall, this astrologer, uses. She's like urge to. So he's like the urge to understand and accept the old into the new, freedom and renewal. It's where we're tested. So eyes open, right? So it's where we're tested to see, to allow cosmic divine creativity to lead us to what's new and what's ahead. So basically, natural changes. So for you with this one, you naturally follow your path of like change, and specifically with relationships, and you definitely had to work with that, right? We talked about that earlier. There was like awkwardness with relationship, all that stuff, but it's opposite of Pholus, which is like also in retrograde. Pholus is decision making, like last minute decision making, like it's almost like instinctive decision making. He was also a centaur, like Ixion. Pholus made a mistake in the mythology. He made a mistake hurting himself with his own arrow because he was in a hurry to do something. I forgot what it was. He was, but he's also very, he's one of the calmer centaurs. In mythology, centaurs were very wild, but Pholus isn't like that. Pholus is, yes, there's wildness to him, but he also had to, it's like unforeseen consequences. Decision-making, unforeseen consequences of our choices. Kind of like a Pandora's box, almost, not really. Okay. Sorry, do you have to do something? How are you?
My daughter just stepped in. She's gone now.
Okay, hello. So that means that when it comes to relationships, you definitely had to make certain choices that were just like, you had to balance between maybe encountering people who were just out of the blue, maybe who were, because it's in Taurus, it's maybe you're learning to be patient with the choices you make, right? But sometimes you question whether the choices you make also have certain consequences in them because it's in retrograde. What's up?
I'm struggling. Yeah, like right now there's like some big changes and decisions to be made in my life, and it is just this constant back and forth with myself on and really trying to solidify the right move to make. And then now I'm kind of coming to terms with, well, it's not about the right decision, because whichever decision you make will ultimately lead you to the right path, kind of thing.
Exactly.
You know,
Yeah.
so it's trying to breathe through the process right now.
Good. Okay. So that's the general flow of that opposition right there. There was another one thing. Okay, let's go into your wounding. Yay, wounds. So you have Chiron conjunct Varuna, but it's both are retrograde. So Varuna is these planets that I'm using here, they're all dwarf planets. They're like planets way beyond. They're a little more complex to interpret. That's why sometimes when we get into these dwarf planets, someone's like, I don't resonate with that. Well, that's because well, I mean, at least for people with retrograde, yeah, it's a little harder to pick up because you can't sense it in yourself. It's almost like it's like this. A retrograde is like a planet that moves back, right? So it slows down. So therefore, you don't feel the energy. You don't feel its full potential. It's almost like, what's that? So here for you all, it's
that makes so much sense now. Yeah, when you put it that way. Yeah,
exactly. So ever since, well, not ever since. So with your wounding, with we talked a little bit earlier about your wounding comes a lot from losing your voice, but it's also what you have to personally transform through because it's in the 8th house. But you also have to kind of like see connections where they probably feel like you're internally having this sort of processing in yourself where it's like, and you logically process it through Gemini right here. Varuna is connections, cohesion. So, but it's something that you kind of have to work at. It's the higher vibration of Saturn. So it's almost about limits, but not really. It's about hard work, discipline, but not where it's like out of fear. It's just like, okay, if I put time into this, So here, Varun is teaching you like natural patience, natural discipline, natural ability to connect the dots, but doing it more in accordance with what cosmic law. Again, it's a dwarf planet, so it's way out there. It's very deep, right? It's very profound, very significant, especially for the human evolution of like our psyche, our elevation. So, there's more to say about these dwarf planets, but I want to see what else there is. Haumea, it's not conjunct your moon right here. It's not conjunct, so Haumea is just like regeneration, but we'll talk more about her later, I think. Or maybe okay. Your Uranus is conjunct Juno. So any sort of changes that you had to go through, usually did you have to you said you went through a divorce?
2.
Twice. Okay, there you go. Was it was unexpected, right? It's almost like you didn't really plan it.
Correct, both times.
Yeah, that's right. There you go. It's because it's part of the wounding. Your wounding is going like, oh, you need to find your voice. You need to find your voice. But then here goes like Uranus going like, okay, we'll just bring you a new one because you haven't really worked on your voice. Pluto's going like, sorry, Uranus is part of Kundalini energy. So, but with tied to Juno, it's about unions, commitments, marriage. So it's not necessarily like always literal like marriage, but something that's long term, like really long term. She was like, Juno had the two sides to her. She has the Hera side, the Greek version of her, which is about jealousy. But the Juno one is the one that's committed, the loyal, where it's like, I make a decision, I'm going to commit to you, I'm going to commit to this union, even if it's a union with yourself, and really commit to it and be like, okay. In this case, this union was more about self-worth. It's a little bit more literal. So that's why you had that divorce and all that stuff. That explains the divorce. Because you want to be free. There's that Sagittarian energy right there. You want to be free. You want to explore. There's a bit of almost like a philosophical approach to marriage and these certain things like itself. It's almost like you're like, you're so grounded. I don't want to be too grounded. I want to be up here. What else is up here, right? So does that kind of make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, here you go. So Orcus is not tied to your MC. However, it's still in the 10th house. So here Orcus was teaching you to have integrity with the path forward. Because the 10th house, just like the MC, is about reputation. It's actually the ego, like meaning like how you it's the ego. It's like it's not just pride, it's like ego isn't like, well, the world sees me this way. Oh no. That's why I said reputation, obviously. So, but Orcus is he's the Etruscan god of like Pluto. But he's all about like really trying to it's not just being honest with yourself, but it's also kind of working through like, is this what you really want? Orcus goes deep into our soul in terms of like, what is the meaning of what we want? So in this case, this is probably explains why you changed careers, because you also had issues. You had to change through that. Mars in Aquarius is also about change. It's ruled by Uranus. It's sudden changes. And because you were not feeling this, your willpower was that's part of your willpower as well. Mars is your willpower. So you're always open to change. And when you didn't get that change that often in like when you were teaching, it's almost like Orcus is going like, listen to this. listen to that. Otherwise, gonna bite you in the fucking ass and be like, "Oh shit." The orcas is just like saying, "Told you so." Right. One last thing here before we move on. You probably had okay. You probably have similar. You have a similar placement with like to my chart where you have Mercury conjunct Makemake. Makemake is like the higher vibration of Uranus. So Makemake is like sudden downloads. It could be downloads like this kind of downloads, but like inspirations, ideas, like creativity with spirituality, with intuition. Right? It's like this is why when I talk sometimes I have to talk fast because it just comes and comes and I have these ideas and it's like blah, 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 blah. But because of the square, it's almost like part of your self-worth is like being able to speak your own creativity and the truth in that and how what that really means for you and what it means on the grander scale of things to like jobs you've had in the past, particularly careers. So did you ever have those conflicts and they just didn't understand you, but you knew what you were going to say, but you're not getting it. They're not fast enough. They're like, you're too slow. Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay. There you go. I want to tie back into the north node and south node because I noticed here. So here in this chart, you have the south node in 20 degrees, right? Right here. It's actually conjunct your Pallas Athena in this chart. So that means in a past life, you're used to being, you're wise. You have this, you understand the connection of things, right? Pallas Athena is Athena. She was the goddess of wisdom, goddess of warfare, strategic warfare, and weaving. But weaving symbolizes, you get it. I don't even need to really explain. So she represents weaving, so connection. So in the past, you're so used to that. You know how to find the connections. But now it's almost like you're trying to, your north node, your soul wants to let it go. Your soul wants to be in the moment. Yes, the Aries energy, but also let it go. Aries is here, right here. It's conjunct your north node. It means that Aries here, you won't really sense the energy of Aries fully. Well, at least you didn't when you were younger. Aries is, again, the goddess of discord. But Aries is the one that says, she's kind of like she pokes you. She's the one that pokes and tests things and like laughs at things because you're trying to force things out of the natural. Aries is the high vibration of Pluto. Weird. It's like, huh? But she's discord, right? So she's like war, she's like discord, but she's like saying, what is the purpose of power? Because she's a high vibration of Pluto, right? So she brings that in. She brings that in. She's like, you want control, you want solidity, you want stability. I'll give you a form of stability that you're asking for, and then see what happens. And I'm just going to sit here and be like, okay. It's very Libra. Aries is very Libra. Aries is like, I don't know if you've met Libras who love debates or they always try to prove through logic and always seeing the two sides of things, always. That's the chaos of indecisiveness. That's Aries. It ties in with like my energy too. Just like I have Libra, I have Sun, Pluto, Libra. So I'm just like, I'm not indecisive per se, sort of. But yeah, so that's the Aries energy. But in retrograde, it's almost like it's an internal thing. It's internal sort of conflict. It's an internal mocking. It's almost like, so because it's in the north node, or because it's tied to your north node, it's almost like, I think you're meant to bring chaos into the world so that it becomes balanced and harmonious. It's almost like you're a trigger. You can become like trigger mama. You can bring out the shadow in people. I
My
think
whole
that's
life, and didn't even realize that that's what it was until here recently. Yeah.
There you go. There you go. And yeah, that's great. So cool. I would love to work with you, Marcus, because if you're triggering people, that means you're doing the right thing. Your moon is opposite of Vesta. Here, Vesta, you are blessed actually in your area of health. Even though you have all these autoimmune stuff that you mentioned earlier, your health is actually best as here, as long as you're committed to a certain sacredness of yourself. Remember earlier I said Uranus has a lot to do with Kundalini energy.
Mhm.
Vesta is Kundalini energy. Vesta is in Roman mythology, or at least in ancient Rome, even today. Vesta never had a statue committed to her. We don't know what she looks like. So that says a lot, right? She is that she's like the soul. I don't know if she's the soul of the divine feminine, but she kind of represents that the Kundalini energy of life. Kundalini energy is just life, right? It's the
Mhm.
breath of life. It's like, yeah. So, but in retrograde, it's almost like there's a part of you when you were younger that questioned your own, like what to commit to. Like what? How do I heal this? Like health wise, at least, because it's in the sixth house. How do I heal this? How do I feel like I'm clean? How do I feel very? Where's the devotional energy? Where's my inner fire? Um, and you kind of just analyzed your way through things when you were younger, but now it's becoming, you're awakening more and more and more. The awakening process, as we all know it, it's a process. But for you, it's definitely strong because you have the Pluto Sun energy, right? Yeah. So,
Mhm.
um, but it's funny because your Sun Pluto series energy is connected to each other, even with all these planets. Mine, I have Sun Pluto square series. My issue is with nurturing. My I've always perceived it as though like my parents did not know how to. They didn't know how to be parents. They didn't know how to nurture. They didn't know what nurture was. They don't get it. They don't get empathy. So I think part of that is empathy too. Yeah, series is a lot of empathy as well. So do you feel you resonate with that? Do you feel like
Oh,
you want to be?
yes.
Okay, there you go. So there's empathy. I have to keep that in mind. Sometimes I update my cheat sheet and like so
That was it.
yeah.
Yeah. And I think that learning, that was probably one of my biggest struggles along my journey, was my empathetic nature and trying to figure out how to balance that and not receive abuse.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There you
Yeah.
go. Yeah. That's what it is. The Pluto thing is like telling you, you gotta create those boundaries too. You gotta
Mm.
create those boundaries. Um, if you had Saturn also here in this stellium right here, you would that would come a little bit more naturally, or at least you would know how to work with that. I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying
It took work.
Pluto. Yeah, Pluto was telling you. Pluto was telling you it's like you have to have boundaries, right? Do you work with stones?
I just recently started about a month ago. Well, about
Okay, cool.
2, 3 months ago, actually. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Because there are certain stones. For me, what I've done recently is I've done this about 3 times now, where I bought like gemstones that pertain to my chart, not
Ah.
just like what people say, and also pertain to my chart, but also resonate with me when I see it. Um, One of them is I bought a mahogany obsidian.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's a with red black color. I got a small one. I wanted a big one, but I got a small one. It's like I don't know if you could see it.
Oh, yeah, that is pretty. I have one that's similar to that. Yeah.
Yeah, this gemstone is tied to Pluto.
Okay, so that's
Yeah,
what.
yeah. So but it's the only one I have. I want a bigger one. I want it. I don't know. It's the Pluto thing. We want power, right? We want like yeah, yeah. So oh yeah. Um. So there's that. So I do. I'm just kind of curious. If you've ever done that, we can talk more about that. Actually, I'd love to talk about gemstones. Like see what that goes, and whatever else you do, we'll definitely talk more. with the tarot as well. I'm going to move on to. Do you have any questions? I'm going to move
No.
on to. Okay, thanks for your patience, though. I'm not surprised though. You have Pluto, Sun, and in Scorpio too, so you're quite tenacious. So I love that. What do you call this? Okay, let me open up this other set of charts. What I'm going to do is see if I can focus on the charts that are like focal points, what I call focal points in your birth chart. But before I do that, though, do you have specific question like that you're curious about? Like, if because I can go into details. I can go into detail with certain things. Oh, I can't actually right now. Okay, I'm going to do it right now.
Okay.
So remember how we talked about your ascendant? Okay, we know it's like ascendant. Okay, it's your mask. It's how you project yourself. It's how you portray yourself to the world. Yada yada yada. But the thing is, part of that is learning to be technical with the little details of how to break down narcissism. It's almost like part of you wants to show. There's a part of you that wants to. Narcissism isn't just narcissism. I know you probably think, maybe you're thinking, I don't know if you're thinking this, but I don't want to assume anything. But narcissism isn't just narcissism. In astrology, narcissism is actually, what is he here? When I did my research on Narcissus, he's actually about unconscious self-love and self-trust. You're doing that Perdix thing. Perdix is content you're a narcissist. Perdix is very technical. It's the ability to technically break down things and break them apart and put them back together. That's Perdix. He's a very technical sort of part of ourselves. So I think that's why he also became a teacher. Okay, it's technical stuff. Okay. So when you teach gymnastics, or when you used to teach gymnastics, you taught it. I don't know if there's a placement here. It's opposite of Phaethon, but it's 20 degrees. Hold on, let me look into the. Trying to remember if there is something else here. No, I don't think it's something to do with your teaching, but it does have to do with your. You have sextile placement, the sextile aspect, which is a comfortable aspect. It's not like trines, like the blue ones here. This one's like comes naturally, just like that. Sextile is something you have to. Sextile is something you have to work for. You have to work on a little bit just to bring it out and becomes natural. So your technical abilities have a lot to do with your learning. Is that? Yeah, right here. Sorry. So this that whole Neptune side of yours, maybe there's a part of you that was, yeah, you knew how to break down, because it's in the first house. Hold on, let me double check here. You kind of analyzed your own ability to, what do you call that? In a way, you had to learn the little things in order to love yourself more, even beyond unconscious self-love. You had to kind of work through it. You have this Neptune there, it's sextile, so that means you have to go beyond just, I love myself. That's narcissist, right? I love myself, I'm so pretty. But instead, it's more about appreciation, right? So did you find that you were he was also about reflections. He looked at himself. So a lot of it's you know how to be reflective of yourself. You have this sort of like, it's not just Pluto calling you to do that. Narcissus is also telling you, it's like, go ahead and look at yourself in the mirror, right? Go ahead, and also even to the point where this is going to sound gross for some people. Like if you analyze, let's say you take a dump and you look at your shit, literally like you look at it and you say, you analyze it and it's like, well, that's not supposed to be that color. It's a healthy approach to something disgusting. As a Plutonian, though, you are Plutonian. You're like, okay, yeah, it's natural. I can do that. it's not about the shit itself, because we have this belief that it's, oh, it's shit. Like, well, shit is what? Fertilizer. Right? So you have this ability to be reflective of that, and then learn, and you had to learn how to be more self-appreciative, find your own, trust yourself as well. Okay, so before, maybe when you were younger, it wasn't there yet, possibly, like it was kind of like out of reach. Maybe you were just like, I don't know, was, as a kid, did you ever have moments like those where it's like you actually like superficially love yourself, like even though it was kind of like mostly through like, did you ever have those?
Yeah, they used to tell me I was vain.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Okay, that explains it. You used to, because it was in the first it was in the last degrees of Libra, which is very strong. It's about beauty, all that stuff. But at the same time, because it was conjunct your sun, Pluto was going like, that's the part we need to flay off. Like, and it's like, now it's appreciation. Okay. I want to go deep into what else does Perdix have to say. Perdix is, okay, innovativeness. Okay, so you had to kind of experiment your way through that and figure out, you had this keen eye. You had a keen eye and a keen mind to work through that reflective experience. Sorry, I can't talk right now. This is the Maki going.
That just got exciting.
Like if we were telekinetic, we wouldn't. This session would be like 1 second done, right? But we're not. I'm sorry. You have to use words, and Maki hates that. It's like so slow. Anyways, I forgot to mention you also have Delphine. Wow. Okay. Visionary visions. But in an earlier stage, in a more unconscious part of this, the ego, Delphine represents gossips and rumors. Was there something when you were born or when you were younger? Was there gossips and rumors being spread, untruths?
Always.
Okay.
Always.
Okay. So that's part. Oh, that's still part of your experience. It's a kind of a
The family aspect of it, it kind of keeps that just kind of drama and chaos. It seems like fairly constantly. I have to consciously pull myself out of the gossip because we were so enmeshed, for one. And then now that we've kind of pulled back some, though, it is me being very conscious of the people that I do keep around to avoid that gossiping, the rumors. Growing up, the rumors for me were, even in school, they were just atrocious. Very untrue rumors about me. In my, well, because I developed very early on, and it was lots of rumors throughout school, and I was always a very private person, still am really. And so, yeah, it was really a struggle trying to balance all of the gossip and the rumors amongst not only my family, but even at school. And it wasn't, well, I would say it probably wasn't until I was 30 and completely removed myself from the situation that those things really kind of calmed down. But even once I came back into this environment, it started back up again. Oof, yeah.
Yeah. It was funny how you mentioned private, because that's one of the other things about Scorpio. All the water signs are private. Pisces is like, it's private, but it's like it escapes into privacy rather than, creating a boundary. Cancer and Scorpio create the boundaries. Except Scorpio is more about attacking. It's an attack. If it's an offensive defenses. That's Scorpio. So I can understand why you're like private, because I feel like that too most of the time. But because my placement is in Libra, it's like, it's more about, if I can't really trust you, I'll manipulate it. That's very Aries, right? I'll manipulate it. I'm serious. It's so devious. Sometimes I'm like, I'm just gonna tell you this. Sometimes I make people feel, especially if I know that I can't trust them, like I can't really be myself. Not just the whole gay thing, but like I can't really express my truth. Not anger, but like, like owning my emotions and being
Mhm.
like, there's no validation. Oh, if I don't get those things, there's a sort of a crack that happens. It's like, and what happens is that I kind of pull back, allowing them. So they're so very errors. I allow them to believe that it's all, fine and good, and it's all good, but it's underneath the surface. Mm-mm.
You're just pulling away.
Yeah, I do pull away because it's like, yeah. Anyways, that's for another time.
Yeah.
So mahogany obsidian. Okay, anyways. um, so but at the same time, you also had to deal with well, first of all, you weren't sure whether you should take risks in terms of like whether the relationships you had or connections you had was healthy. This is the 6th to 7th house process because Phaethon is in the critical degrees of Aries. So it's actually conjunct the descendant. So that means it's also relationships, but at the same time, it's also like the health of the relationship. So you were kind of always questioning it when you were young to take risks or to kind of like, should I just be open about it and just blurt it out? There's something else about Python here. One second. By the way, if you use a Mac and if you have a file and you're saving like Word stuff, it's a little faster to use the PDF because you just get there. You just do like a function. We'll talk about that later. Anyways, never mind. So Phaethon is zeal and energy. So here again, you were kind of like you had to question that the what do you call this? If you could actually ever be bold about what you wanted to express, specifically pertaining to freedom, right? But that's actually one of your gifts. You have, I don't know if you see this right here, Coronis. This is Coronis. Sounds like coronavirus, but Coronis is what do you call this? Not taken for granted. Undiscovered talents. So you have this natural talent of actually being honest and direct and straightforward and being a leader at the same time. So it's hidden or it's hidden or taken for granted skills or talents and attributes or skills. So it's kind of like skills that you keep secret. So it's also about forgiveness because you're allowing for it. So it also represents underdogs, hidden gems, hidden beauties, something to do with special needs. But this is the 6th house, so that means it's your ah. No, I love when this happens. I love when this happens. My research on it, medically, like medical astrologically speaking, I wrote down here autonomic nervous system. Love that. And then it's your 6th house. That explains the autoimmune stuff. Shit. Oh,
Look at
I
that.
love this. Sorry, I'm even surprised at this. I'm like, damn. Thank you, downloads. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Because when I do my research, I don't even know I'm getting it. And sometimes I do, but when I get sorry. I this is wonderful. Sorry.
My heart is so happy for you right now. Like that, that all just lined up very nicely. Confirmation from the universe, man. You are doing what you're supposed to be doing right now.
Awesome. Okay, good. Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And then comes a time when you're like, oh, not many views on social media. I'm just like, oh, I want to. That's why sometimes these days I try not to look at the views anymore. I'm just like, just gonna post. I'm just gonna post. If it inspires me, I'm gonna post it. Who cares, right? But
Yes.
it's that thing that nagging little voice.
Just look them all.
Yeah. So Right there. So right there. So something to do with your north node. North node here is important because for me, I'm farting. Did I say farting? Well, whatever. Yeah, whatever. I'm sure I can do that. But oh, not very gay of me. Oh my god. I'm just kidding. Stereotypes. Anyways, okay. So Coronis. Release. Okay. So Coronis is the unforeseen, like foreseen, what do you call it? Taken for granted or hidden skills or secrets and all that stuff. But yes, autoimmune stuff. So I believe that that's something to do with your path, right? It's your path forward. Um, so your coaching stuff like that you want to do, or at least we feel called to it, has a lot to do with that as well, right?
Mhm.
Like your autoimmune stuff. Okay, cool. I'm gonna go back to Phaethon because I feel like there's something else there. What's this one? I'm gonna look at the section where it talks about like physical things. Like, okay, so Phaeton rules the sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system. At least that's what I got. Could be gray matter. I'm not sure. Inflammation. That's for sure because he was about recklessness and like. It's also about depression. Um, maybe headaches, inflammation, fevers, acid reflux. Okay.
All the above.
Wow. Okay. So you're getting that. Okay. Gastro. This one's interesting. Gastroesophageal reflux disease.
So there has been question of whether or not I have. So my mom has gastroparesis, which is paralysis of the stomach.
Ah.
And so along my journey, I had a lot of complications that were very similar to that. And it
The
wasn't
stomach area, right?
I'm sorry.
The stomach area.
Yes.
Okay.
And
Okay.
and it wasn't until like once I removed myself from the environment, Dubai, and I am not on board with the American food system at all because it was the effortless transformation from going from the whatever we ate here and then having very accessible, healthy, non-preservative foods kind of thing. And the health transformation that I went through was just
Nice.
unbelievable. And in a very short period of time at that. And then when I came back and I attempted to stay healthy, of course, but navigating the foods here was a lot more difficult because it was like you just go to the grocery store and it really didn't matter what you picked up, you were good to go kind of thing. Here, it's not that easy.
Yeah.
And
you have to be picky. Yeah.
yes. And so I started noticing that as like I started to get a lot of the symptoms back and started having a lot more health complications again. And so then I had to drastically like do a lot of research, figuring out how to eat for my body to combat the health issues that I had in the past and that I could see coming back. And especially with knowing like my mom's health history, our genetics and all of that, it was depression and anxiety since I was 14 kind of thing, constantly on medications. And it was changing that lifestyle and in the foods and the intakes. And it was really just watching so many of the health complications that I had for 15 plus years just go away kind of. I mean, it took work, but but it was, it was crazy transformations, just taking care of myself, really.
That's awesome.
Learning how to take care of me and what my body really needed. And a lot of that actually had to do with intuition, navigating how I ate. I was criticized a lot about how I ate. And it was really just following my intuition on what my body was craving and needing. And tremendously helped me along my journey of
Mhm.
being a lot more health conscious and my body just kind of doing what your body's designed to do.
Absolutely.
If you
Yeah.
take care of it, it takes care of you.
It says a lot about I don't know what it is or something. Let's take a look at what else it says there. Trying to well, it definitely change. You naturally had to change your habits because it affected yourself, your sense of like boundaries as well. That's also the second house in a way. That had to you had to change. It had to be like altered because it's and that thing you're talking that we when we talked about Kundalini energy here, that's part of it too. It's a kind of like you get this sort of feeling that's like shit, my body's saying something else. I have to listen to that,
Mm.
right? And it's funny because Uranus here rules the fourth house. So the change that needed to happen wasn't just random changes. This is like a higher also kind of change. It's like almost like a sudden insights, right? Uranus rules electricity, sudden changes, unexpected changes, earthquakes. Because Uranus isn't just like change. Uranus is actually like it understands. Like Uranus was equal to was the Roman Atlas. So he carried the sky. So he carried this sort of like higher wisdom above him, and he knew what he needed to hold, but he wasn't going to let it go until humanity or the part of our psyche or however we evolve is ready. So this represents Uranus is the part of our psyche, but also part of our evolution and our fragmented self that is corresponds directly with or to um, when we're not awakened, the sudden changes will be like sudden. But if we're awakened and we're constantly like, just, there's like, you're just in the moment, literally present, it won't be like shocking, at the very least, not as shocking. Right. So that's Uranus. Right. So, but it ties in directly like with your Phaethon and Coronis right here. Actually, your Coronis and North Node, which to me suggests like these changes have to come naturally. So your health is definitely gonna go through these changes. Um, and the Coronis there is the ability to see things that are hidden. Right. We talk a little bit about Coronis being like things that are hidden, things that are suppressed. The moment they're like released, that's what you needed, right? Which was like, okay, because you need to look inwards. There's a retrograde there. You need to look inwards. So it was pretty fucking bang on. It was just like autonomic nervous system. It's like, but neuroplasticity also is included here. So it must something have something to do with flexibility, how your brain adapts to these changes, how your brain adapts to what your body's really saying. It's signaling to the brain, going like, knock knock, hello, listen, tell the person, tell the body. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of curious. Now I'm getting curious about this in a medical astrology sort of perspective. Did you oh, did you take a lot of were you taking iron? A lot of things with iron in them, potassium, melatonin, CoQ10, creatine, citrulline, beetroot powder, tyrosine, caffeine with L-theanine. Were you taking any of those?
Yes. So iron and potassium, those have been on and off for probably since I was about 13. And caffeine with, what did you say it was?
Caffeine with L-theanine. I forgot what that is.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that one is.
Hmm.
But caffeine has definitely been one of those. So I had to self-medicate for a very long time with caffeine, trying to figure out how to. So I also had this. So I've had a few unexplainable medical conditions throughout my life as well. And they, at one point when I was in high school, they thought that it was my thyroid they do not think it was my thyroid now. They actually think that it was a sleeping disorder that I had developed, that went undiagnosed for many years. And now I have zero issues with it. But I struggled with it for many, many years. And so the caffeine was definitely a fairly non-negotiable for me. Then it turned into them putting me on Adderall and so many medications.
So you cannot take caffeine, or you have to? I forgot.
Now I can take it or leave it.
Okay.
Now I can, but in the past I could not. I couldn't even stay awake. I would be in the middle of teaching and I would fall asleep. And so, yeah, any time that it was high energy and then I like sat down, I was asleep. I couldn't drive for more than 2 hours without falling asleep. So every 2 hours I had to stop, pull over, take a walk or something and get out and moving. And it was, they said it wasn't full on narcolepsy kind of thing because I didn't have certain aspects of it. And there were just so many question marks. So like I said, it actually started in high school. And so I ended up having to self-medicate for many years with just caffeine, just trying to, and then now, it's a take it or leave it thing for me now because no more sleeping disorder. I'm not entirely sure what quote unquote cured it, but here we are. I don't have that issue anymore.
Okay. I'm going to have to add that to my list, or narcolepsy maybe, or sleepiness or fatigue or something like that around that. Okay. I'm wondering about, okay, so we had the vitamins here. That's correct. Fresh food, right? Freshly cooked meals.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you take? Okay, cool. Lean meats, maybe if you eat meat, omega-3.
Very few meats, if any at all, kind of thing.
Okay.
Vegetables straight on, fruits straight up. And I don't really even cook a whole lot, but if I do, it's more like pastas and rices. And beans.
Okay. So whole grains, I think.
Those are just kind of here and there kind of thing. Because so I don't have my gallbladder anymore. And since I no longer have my gallbladder, it does affect how I do digest some foods as compared to what I did. And so whole grains tend to, like, my body doesn't digest it. I can tell, and this is also one of the reasons I don't eat meat, because my body, it takes so much of my energy to digest those, to where if I eat them, I'm not worth much of anything. I'm just so bogged down. And so, those lighter, and even, and the carbs, like the fruits, the veggies, and the carbs, those are the things that really give me that fuel to go.
Okay, cool. Might as well be vegetarian or vegan.
Yeah. My oldest daughter is vegan, and my youngest, she still eats meat. So I'm kind of that vegetarian that's kind of in between.
Okay, cool. Like, cause I transitioned. I'm not really saying it's 100%. It doesn't need to be that pure, but I kind of transitioned about almost last year. Like it was my last sip of, what was that? Like dairy, like a non-vegan dairy, or is it milk? I forgot what it was. I think it was cheese. Yeah, it was cheese. Yeah. That's the one. That's the last one I had earlier last year, I think. And then everything went from, and honey, a bit of honey back in June, or was it July? Somewhere around there. And then everything just became more natural. The only thing that's non-vegan here in my room, as far as I know, is this lip balm. It's like beeswax.
The bird's beats.
It was a gift. I didn't buy it. It was like, so.
But it's so good. Yeah, I get it though. But and I've noticed that, but I agree with you. Dairy, that one, it does a number to my digestion. I limit anything dairy wise as well.
Yeah. Do you ever? I'm not sure about because your moon is in Libra. Did you ever get gassy at some point in your life?
There was only one period in my life that I ever remember being gassy. And then after that, I was married for 13 years, and he was absolutely like, he couldn't wrap his head around how in 13 years I only passed gas 3 times, kind of thing, like around him. And he was just like,
Yeah.
I don't understand. And, he's just sitting there farting up a storm. But yeah, that one, yeah, I never really struggled with that except for one period in my life when I was a teenager.
Okay. I think those are one of my issues. I have moon in Aquarius, and my moon is a square Uranus. The nervousness adds to it's a nervous energy. Uranus is a nervous energy. So because of that square, I actually get gassy all the time. But not like ever since I turned vegan, I basically do that less. And it's actually cleaner because it's like no meat.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So for me that worked because I also used to get gout. I'll have to look that up in my chart. Where does that change my chart? I do these things for other people like in detail, but I don't really. Sometimes I forget to do it for myself.
For
I'm like,
yourself.
yeah, I'll look it up. That's very interesting. And there's a bunch of other stuff here that I discovered, so I could be wrong. I don't know. But one of the things I noticed was, do you work with any trees or plants? Do you use like any of that stuff, like plants, as in like for more like symbolism and or maybe actually to ingest? Like the plants I'm talking about here are like flowers.
Mhm.
They're more like they could be ingested, but I think it's more symbolic. I'm not really sure.
It is. It is.
Okay.
So I do rituals, and whenever I do my rituals, I always go on nature walks, and I bring in the symbolics for whatever I'm hosting my ritual for. I will go out and I'll pick wildflowers and place them in our vases to have in our house and stuff. And even with some of my other rituals, I work with herbs and everything as well.
Okay. Not sure. I'm gonna read some of the flowers here because they represent coronas. I'm
Oh,
not
so
sure.
specific flowers.
Yeah,
Okay.
because this is your north node, so I'm just wondering if this like resonates with any of you. I don't know much about plants. I would love to go more into that. But okay, the first one is Rhodiola rosea. I'm just gonna list them. Rhodiola rosea, fireworks, autumn gentian, willow-leaved sunflower, belladonna lily, toad lily, lobelia, Japanese anemone, fall daffodil, monk's hood, autumn crocus. Have you ever worked with those?
I don't know. Because most of the thing is all intuition based whenever I go and I
Okay,
pick out stuff.
curious.
And
Okay, I'm just
so,
kind of
yeah,
curious. Yeah,
I
I
can't
don't
say
know.
that
I
I've ever
just
gone to seek those. Yeah.
okay. I think it helps with these sessions too to kind of like the one that's happened just like about 10 minutes ago. The one that the whole like that even shocked me. That was awesome. That was total fucking like beauty. That was just priceless. Um, what's the other one? Faith on. So what else did we find here? Because I'm focusing more on your north node right now.
Mhm.
Just wondering if there's other planets. Let's see. So there's this one. This one. This is ascendant sun. Let's go to north node focus. Ah, Heracles. Okay. I just finished doing research like 2 days ago on Heracles. You have this stellium right here. So I like to focus more on the north node right now because this is where you're headed, which is a good thing because that means. Um, so Coronis is the autoimmune stuff. Heracles has to do with. Let's see here. And I'm willing to take all the time. I'm like trying like these things. This is part of what I do now. It's like, and thanks for the validation earlier. Just like, oh yes, I'm doing the right thing. So, but Heracles, based on my research, is about muscles and the muscular system. Um, any sort of organ that detoxes. Did you ever? Is that part of the immune system? The thing that you've been experiencing? Because I feel like that's something to do with that. So it could
Yes,
be the
it was
liver.
really, yeah. So I actually had elevated liver enzymes, and
Ah, okay.
to mimic as though I was an alcoholic, and
Ah,
I'm not a drinker, and so it just didn't quite really make sense. So many of my medical conditions did not make sense,
mhm,
and it was doing body detoxes of flushing out so many things. Most of it being through, you know, healthy eating and
mhm.
such. But I had issues with my liver, and let's see, you said detox.
Intestines, lungs, kidneys, skin, lymphatic system.
Even my lymph nodes right now. Yeah, that's one of the things that I've really been focusing on here recently, and getting my sister
Mhm,
into. And so,
mhm.
yeah, I would say this past probably these past 2 years, I've really been kind of focused on my, well, yeah, I guess that is a good way to put it, of really detoxing my system. Um,
Mhm.
huh.
Yeah, because there's some. Yeah, I'm just kind of curious because now it's still the sixth house. Let's add a bit more to this. I'll hold that. Keep
Yeah.
thinking. I'll just go ahead. So Amalthea here we have the Amal. I don't know if you can see, but that's Amalthea. In the mythology, Amalthea was about abundance because she was. In the mythology, they weren't sure whether she was the actual goat who took care of Zeus. She's the one who uh, nursed Zeus. Whether she was a sea goat or she goat, I don't know. Um, which ties actually into the mythology of Capricorn, which is interesting. But I'm digressing. Uh, what do you call this? She's all about wisdom and abundance, nurturing, tenderness, unconditional care, adaptiveness, cornucopia, the horn of plenty. That's what she represents. Security blankets. Um, the milk or dairy thing. Okay, that kind of ties in with what we're saying here. Um, so sheets, any sort of protection, uh, corns. I don't know if you react to corn or like. Okay.
That one is
That's
that
okay.
one's
They're
like a
like
cool
the.
one.
I think maybe corn or at least the what is that? The fructose high house.
Oh yeah, yeah. I stay away from that as much as possible. The
Oh
high,
yeah, that shouldn't be in
yeah,
the market at all. So.
yeah. Agreed.
Mhm. Um. Oh, it's also accepting any sort of like physical lack or deformity. It's acknowledging it and accepting it, using losses as gifts. She's almost like Ceres. Um, she's also about ambrosia, like nectar. So basically, that whole energy blessing sort of thing. Natural abilities to make use of tools and sources. She's about guardians, protectors or guardians, tending to the vulnerable, child rearing, adopted mother like figures, adopted parents, adopted families, unknown heritage. So it's like you're making your own heritage, you're making your own story. Broken path or past life stuff, broken life paths, working with and appreciating the cracks as doors to for more things better, for better things, for more things. So when one door closes, another one opens. That's her. Glass half empty. Um, so a lot of that whole nurturing abundance thing. So she's about true abundance. So in this case, probably one of the lessons that you're probably still learning on your path. But because it's in retrograde too, it's you see the small R there. It's in retrograde. She, it's almost like maybe now it's opened up. You don't know. I'm gonna look into the other, not my files, but the actual like website I go to. Here, I'll show you what it looks like. No, but that might reveal your time of birth. You okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I'm going to open up the other window so I can show you what it looks like. Because you're also doing astrology. That's why I'm showing it to you. Or you started. That's fine. It's let it go. Let it be as it is. Sorry. Let it flow. Let's see here. Okay, so I'm going to look at the planets. Amalthea, Heracles, Phaethon, Coronis. Because I want to see where these have now evolved into your like progression chart. What is it? Or the Coronis. Okay. And Eris. This all ties into your north node. I'm going to do the descending node here, which is the south node. If you ever need help with astrology, like you want to test it on me, by all means, let me know in the future.
Okay. Awesome. Thanks.
Yeah. But okay, so here we go. So Phaethon, Cronus. Okay, they're still in the they're still in the sixth house. That means that they actually pulled back. Some of them pulled back. They're right here on the right side here.
Huh.
The green. Yeah, they pulled back. So that means that it's still something that your soul is still needing to go through. Cronus is no longer retrograde, so these hidden talents that you have, boom,
There they are.
you realize, yes, yeah, it ties in directly with your north node actually too. Like it's the one that's closest to your north node. So the degree that the fact that it's that close, it means that that's your focus. It means that you're lifting the veil of things that you either hid from yourself, your soul hid. You came here and you didn't know what it was. Either way, it was hidden. It was just not there. But now it is. So being a leader as well opens up that whole potential for you to be a leader, and not necessarily like leading people per se, but because in your south node you're like Libra leader. What?
But
No, I mean like,
I found that it was a huge lack of confidence, really, in my abilities. And now, and it's so funny that you're saying this because I have found some of my hidden gifts and talents that I wasn't aware of, and now I am. Let's see. What's the word I'm looking for? Like now that I'm aware of them and I'm researching them and I'm trying to really hone in on those gifts. And, I didn't know what a light worker was and an energy healer. And then I found out that I've been doing that for years unintentionally. And then it all just started making sense. And so for me, that resonates. It makes sense. It sounds like I am, and like you said, like there's still a few things that I do need to work on, but those hidden talents and hidden gifts have come to the forefront, and I am aware of those now, and I am starting to try to focus on them and let that be my path that I'm taking on my soul's journey.
Exactly. Awesome. So isn't that wonderful? Like things do eventually open up when we think it doesn't, and the charts always show that. It's like, oh no, you'll get past it. It'll change. It has to. That's life.
That's it.
Yeah. I'm just wondering what that means for the future, like in terms of like the path, like the business stuff. Were you ever interested in any of the following vocation? Not necessarily through degrees or whatever, doesn't matter. Immunology. That's one. Were you ever, or do you do any study?
You said etymology, as in the study of love?
Immunology.
Oh, no, not really.
Okay, no, that's okay. So there's could be immunology, neurology, cardiology. I'm not sure. These are just vocations. Okay, this is part of like sometimes some people are curious about it. uh, any sort of nurse or doctor that's part of that. Mushroom farmer. I'm not sure. A mycologist. Mycologist is someone who studies the mycelial network.
It wasn't actually until recently that, because I wasn't aware of those things. And then once I was like, oh, that's actually quite interesting. And I would love to
Mm.
explore that a little more. And so I actually have a new best friend who is, he's a
Nice.
mushroom farmer, and that's what he studies.
Ah,
That's what he teaches
there
others.
you
So,
go. Yeah. Awesome. There you go. Yeah.
yep.
As long as it's like natural, of course. But I mean, that's what it's saying here. It's like the thing with Coronis is that it has to be, I guess you can say, yeah, natural. Latent abilities is basically the key here. It's latent abilities as well. Um, but but there's also stuff here. There's okay, virologist, microbiologist, surgeon, physician, okay, neurosurgeon, healer. That's a given. But what about mystic or shaman? Have you ever thought about that? That ties in with the mushroom thing. The
Yeah. So it was something actually that I've always been curious about, but I just never knew the terminology for it whenever I was younger, kind of thing. And
Mhm,
then was kind of pushed away from it and out of fear, and so never really explored it until here recently I'm coming back to it. So I was definitely very naturally drawn to that, but
mhm.
then got cut off from it, at an earlier age. And
Okay.
so I'm coming back to it now. And mysticism is definitely one of my top priorities right now as I'm navigating my gifts. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. Because that's what I got from like because when I do the research, it's like I try to get specific in sort of like what it ties. I actually start with. I'm just sharing this as part of the video as well because like it's part of like I'm gonna post this on YouTube. And what I usually do is I actually start with yes the mythology, and then from there I get like these ideas of like what is this story symbolizing, but is there something literal from it as well?
Mm.
um, I just had the sense that that's how I had to do it. I didn't really know because I noticed there was a little bit of a trend that I just noticed. This is sort of a pattern, sorry, with how the mythology is. Let's say, for example, of Jupiter, right? And you look at the mythology, but I never really read the full mythology, anyways. I just had this strong feeling that it was like that's how it should probably go. You start with the mythology or the story or the history of it. It could be because there are planets and bodies in astrology where it's like it's from like they're named after actual people, and it's weird. I'm like, huh? How does that work? But I'm like, no, you just look at the story and how that ties in with that, because there's a reason why the planets or those bodies were named after these people, real or not,
Mhm.
real or not, and how that ties in with there's a reason for it. So, um, but what else was there? It ties in with your why you had to take that sort of it says here career counselor. I don't know why. Oh, career counselor because of the hidden talents. Okay,
Mhm.
that's another thing. You were part of teaching, but you were you were in a school, right, as a teacher, like an
Yes.
actual. Okay, because I never got to. I'm a teacher too, so but I teach online, so I don't. I'm
Um,
glad that I'm not into. I'm not. I'm glad I'm not into schools because it's like
oh yeah, it was really rough. Yeah. But
okay,
even as a career counselor, that is actually just something that I would assist people with.
okay, awesome. So there you go. So you did go through that as well.
Mhm.
Cool. Support team. That's part of kind of the teaching thing. Construction worker. I wonder why I put that there. I'm trying to remember. But yeah, the shaman thing in the mystic is that one that ties in strongly with that with the mushroom stuff. So I feel
Yeah.
like you're yeah. I want to see what it says about Phaethon. Let me see here. It almost sounds like I didn't do the work. I'm like, no, yeah, I did it. I'm just doing it. I don't know. Whatever. Okay, so Phaethon could be a solar scientist, geologist or earth scientist, climatologist, weatherman, evolutionary biologist. I don't know, chemist, geochemist, teachers right there. Okay, scientist, psychotherapist. Hold that thought. You're smiling. Hold that thought. Psychotherapist, psychiatrist, genealogist, high school counselor, high school therapist, child therapist, social worker. Yes. What are you?
Pretty much every single one of those. Like it all serious. So first, like the gemologist, I had always been drawn to, crystals and gems. I just didn't know why, and it was just always ones that just kind of spoke to me, and I just didn't understand that. And then as I was always trying to navigate what I wanted to do with my life, I did momentarily enroll in the military. It only lasted a few months. I never actually went anywhere because I was still in high school when I enrolled. But even then, I signed up to be a chemical operations specialist kind of thing. And so social working, that was always, and even the guidance counselors, I didn't have that title, but I was a mentor at our school, so I assisted with guidance counselor and everything. So yeah, all of those actually that you just listed lined up in some way or form throughout my journey, whether it was a thought, or like a passion or something that I was kind of interested in. Never actually pursued.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. I mean, if it's just an interest, that's totally fine. I'm going to go into the Eris here because Eris is part of your North Node, which is actually very strong. I'm just wondering what it says here. See. Any form of activism?
No, not publicly. It's always just been like I've always been very quiet and kept things to myself.
Okay. That's fine. That's fine. It does say, so these are the vocations, actual vocations too, that tie in with Eris's energy. I'm going to list them. And it's going to be weird, okay? It's going to start negative. Scam artists, con artists. Sorry, I don't mean to be like, I don't mean it that way, but this is what it is. It means like you're creating chaos, right? This is Eris. Lawyer, executioner. I'm not sure if that's a tough one because that's what she did. She was also the kind of executioner. That's Eris's story. Commissioner of oaths, notary public. This one's a general one. Fighters that go against the status quo. I don't know what that. Gender bending professions. Women's rights advocates. Female athlete. That's the one. Female athlete. Transgendered athlete as well. LGBTQ activist. Human rights activist. Social reformer. Prosecutioner, like lawyer. That's the one that I got so far. I don't know. Could be other things too. I'm not sure. But this is the one that for me felt very Irisian. So, I don't know. So it's definitely about that whole thing because she's about activism. For some reason, she's about collagen as well, bringing things together. She's about the ultimate unions. What do you call that? Because it's Libra. Libra loves love. We love peace. We like harmony, cohesion. It's worse than Baruna, but this is Eris. It's like real unions, real connections. What's the word? Ultimate. What did Pam Gregory, this other astrologer, she said? What is it? She's the ultimate. What's another word for cohesion or union? Hold on, let me look it up here. Bunch of words here.
It's funny that you say some of this because like ultimately that was one of my biggest passions was connecting people with other people that was going to help them achieve their goals and dreams kind of thing.
Yeah.
And even through, so I wasn't active, like, yeah, not, I wouldn't say an activist. I'm more of like a supporter of a lot of those various communities that you did mention. Kind of.
Yeah. So it does tie in with the whole like support team, which was Phaethon. So it kind of ties in with this whole thing as well. It's all coming together, right? Just the trick to astrology is, of course, when you have more than two planets, it's almost like, okay, you add it together, and you're like, how do you reinterpret that? How do you change it so that it becomes this whole thing? And that's one of the skills that the astrologer develops. So for you, I don't think it'll be a problem because you'll interpret it and it's intuitive, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm still looking for that one word. She's also a peaceful warrior, a pacifist. What is this one here? You don't come to me. I don't know what it is. Do you get that when you have that one word? And you're like, what's that one word? Anyway,
and then in about 2 hours, you're just going to randomly shout it out. You know, that's
yeah, it's gonna come back. It's gonna come back. So
yeah.
I don't know, but something to do with that ultimate like unions and all that stuff. So, anyways, what else? Phaethon. Okay, so I mentioned all that stuff. What else was the planets here? Heracles. I mentioned the Heracles stuff, right? I think the vocation stuff for Heracles.
That we talked about.
Let me see here.
Oh, wait, no, I don't think we did for the vocations. I think we did for the health.
Okay. Athlete, of course.
Oh yeah.
That's a different one. That's Heracles, athlete. So there's a strong thing with you with it being the athlete. That's both Eris and Heracles there. But bodybuilder is part of this too. Bodybuilder, weightlifter, nutrition coach or nutritionist. This is funny. Blue collar worker. An adoption agent, sort of like a what do you call it? Adoption agency officer, or something like that. Politician. I'm not sure how that. I think it's because of his story. Oh, he was kind of like a leader sort of position. That's like Heracles or Hercules, same thing. Registered nurse for some reason. Physician, doctor, trainer, instructor in gyms, especially. Addictions therapist, because he used to get into like these drunken stupors, or he would be not drunken stupors. He did get drunk, but he was possessed by Hera. Hera made him go crazy, and he killed his own family.
Ooh.
So yeah, sorry, but that's Heracles. Yeah. So Heracles is also then about homicides. So yeah. What else is there? Addictions therapist, child therapist, psychotherapist, especially PTSD, an outreach worker, client care aide. I've got that somewhere, but it's something to do with clients. Social worker, caseworker, recovery coach, homicide detective, criminal lawyer, geneticist. Oh, that's a good one for you because of your series Sun with Pluto. Genetics. I'm not saying do this. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
And behavioral psychologist, anthropologist, sociologist. Those are the ones that I got for Heracles. So, yeah. I also have days, by the way, for these planets. I have days associated with them. Like, for example, Pride Week is that's Eris. The whole week is hers. Right?
Love it. Yeah.
Yeah, because she's like the tough divine feminine. That's Eris, but she's like it's different, right? It's not like aggressive like Mars Aries sort of energy. Like yeah, it's not that. Anyways, so there they go. So we looked into the progression chart already here in this case, which actually shows me a bunch of other stuff since we're already here. Your Sun and Saturn are now conjunct, so that means you progress to this really like very disciplined person, like very you're not really, you still have the Sun Pluto identity thing, but it's now more with relationship. You have Pluto Venus here on the left. So that means it's more about your relationships have to be more meaningful now. It's like
Mm.
you prefer encountering those. But when it comes to your own vitality, which is the sun, it's down here with Saturn. So for you, it's more about the boundaries definitely come through. Like it's that's what's important. Having boundaries, having your limitations, necessary limitations. Um, and now your ascendant is different. Your ascendant is not in Libra anymore; it's in Scorpio. So when you project yourself to others, it's quite different. It's actually very you like talking, but you also do it in a very Scorpio way. Does that
I
kind of
used to tell my students, I would say I became a teacher because I like to hear myself talk.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, that's okay. So, but this time now your descendant is the opposite of what is that? 29. So 29 degrees Scorpio means 29 degrees Taurus is ascendant right here on the top, but it's in the eighth house. So that means that there's a part of you, I don't know if you still project this, that's a part of you that still kind of projects or you attract I understand simple-minded people. Not to put it a little gently. Simple-minded people, maybe farmers, maybe people who are so uh, 3D, earthly, possessive, or concerned about money. Always just maybe lazy. I don't know. They don't. Yeah, but also stubborn. Yeah.
That is seems to be what is around here kind of thing.
Okay.
I come across very few people that are not. And so that's why I have a very small tribe of people and then just acquaintances that I just happen to occasionally run into.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah.
And so that is one of those things that I have recently became aware of, that
Mm-hmm.
is what is primarily going on. And I would say within this past 6 months has been a major awakening and like eye
Mm-hmm.
opening, and realizing that that is no longer welcome in my energy field.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. You get to choose.
Yep.
You get to choose. Uh, I'm liking this one placement here. You have the moon in 29 degrees Aquarius. So I don't know if you at home in your own private space that you do get gassy. Like I think, but it's not about your health. It's just generally speaking. It's an Aquarius, so now you're more open to change, but you're also very sensitive. Like you have these sensitivity about your senses that it's like it's electric. You're just ruled by Uranus. Do you get that? Do you find yourself more sensitive, at least physically speaking, like your senses, your five senses at least?
Oh yes. Oh,
Okay.
especially my oh
Hmm.
yes, all actually,
Yeah.
all
Okay.
senses have been extremely heightened.
Okay. Because you have Mercury ascendant square your moon in your progression chart, so that means that even though you've grown in this part of your life, this stage of your life, um, you maybe there's certain nervousness with communication. Like it's almost like your senses are telling you your perception, even your eyes, especially your hands too. Your hands something to have something to do with it too. Hands, arms, you get these like sort of like sensation, and it's a bit not really about nervousness, but it is an alertness.
Yes.
Yes.
I feel yes.
I didn't see your face. I was just like, okay, yeah, okay.
Well,
There's a confirmation right there. Okay.
because I was sitting here and I was just thinking. So a recent experience in this past job that I had to do with my boss speaking for me, not allowing me to have a voice and stand in my own power and make decisions for myself. And I kind of pushed it down for a little bit, and then eventually it had to come out. And it did not come out in probably the best of ways, but at least I finally found my voice and it came out. And with that, it did kind of empower me a lot more. But I have definitely noticed that as long as I stay grounded, my senses are just, am I into, like, even like to the point to where the chills, the hair standing up on my body, like when someone enters a room kind of thing, with feeling those energies and that offness, even random bad smells. And then I'm starting to realize that the senses, like these smells that I'm having, are actually warnings for something not quite right. It's to telling me to, hey, pay attention. And so, or even hearing things, it drives my daughters insane. Because oh my gosh, no. I just realized, I thought my daughter was talking to me earlier today. I heard her talking to me from the kitchen, and I asked her to repeat herself, and she told me she didn't say anything. And I'm like, I'm 100% sure I heard you just say something, kind of thing. And so, even though that sound may have not have been there, I heard it. So I do feel like now that I have really regulated my nervous system, I've acknowledged my gifts, kind of thing. I'm a lot more in tune with those. Yeah, all of my senses have definitely kind of heightened to, I guess, alert me.
Yeah.
Or say pay attention.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm sorry. I'm like, when I see certain like placements, especially like squares, I think it's a good opportunity to, like, it's good to let you know that it's like, oh yeah, it's good for you. You also have this Chiron displacement right here, right? It's pulled back a little bit in your progression chart here today, as in like of today. See, December 7. Is it December? No, sorry, June 5. Sorry, right there on top. So this is the progression for today, the green ones. So it's still in retrograde, so that means you're still experiencing those, like, that feeling of like your voice is lost. Did you ever go through something when you were 20 years old, around the age of 20? I forgot to mention that at the beginning. Did you ever lose anything particular, like not necessarily like pertaining to Gemini, like knowledge, but it could be like something deep, something that happened, like, was that at the age of 20 when your dad told you couldn't, what was it that he said no to? Oh, about God? Were you around 20 years old?
No, I was around in between like 11 and 13 when that happened. When I was 21, I had a miscarriage.
Oh, okay. That's what it is. It's a square to moon. Okay. The moon also rules the stomach area, and it's pregnancy as well. That explains it. Shoot, I did not notice that. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, no. I forgot that's sometimes I forget little details, like what, because I have all these things that I know what to say, but it's like sometimes I forget that little thing, because especially working with these other asteroids, it's like I forget that I need to go back to also the basics, which can say a lot already. The asteroids add to it, but they add specific details that I wouldn't have been able to find had I not used the asteroids. But with the Chiron here,
got married at 20, which was the starting point of me losing any autonomy that I ever had a chance to have.
That makes sense. Yeah, it's opposite of your Uranus, Uranus was conjunct Juno, right? So there's that opposition. It's almost like this is against my. This is what you want, because what you usually want is like you want a marriage that gives you a lot of freedom and choice to be who you are, be explorative, be adventurous, travel. Okay, that also have like being risk taking, opening up a business even if it fails. That kind of, you want a relationship that's supportive. But with the Chiron opposite of that, it's like But now what's happening is that now you still have Uranus here, but then you have this Sun Saturn conjunct coming in. So what that means is I guess it's making you more aware of the karmic, what do you call this, the line that you've been following in the past. And it's become this sort of like it's basically now you're learning to be a little bit more discerning.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's coming through right here, especially with the Sun. Eventually the Sun in a few years will go to 1, 2, 3, 4. In about 4 years, you'll become more Uranian. You'll be more like open than more than Saturn. You'll have this sort of additional personality layer to your Pluto self, which is like you're okay with like you, or at least you're going to start to work with the energy of Uranus, which is like sudden changes, unexpected changes, nervous systems. What else is there? Being more open and maybe revolutionary. Things are just going to be opening up, especially with the Sun here. Maybe forms of leadership in your life might change, like or authority figures might change as well, especially pertaining to money. And that's when you're going to have to decide whether it's like, is this really what I really want? Okay. Because you have, like I said before, this is part of your second house journey. It's in the cusp of Scorpio. But it's ruled by Pluto. So that means you're constantly reevaluating and working through the shadow of your own self-worth. Constantly going through that. But I do want to go into one last chart here before we leave. Well, because I've already said enough, but there's a lot more to go through. And what is that one here? This is a solar arc chart. And what this means is just showing like me the potential things that might happen, like the big events.
Okay.
So right now, let's see, new opportunities coming through. You have the moon in your first house, conjunct your sun. Actually, a bunch of things here. I remember you said you have your Narcissus there, Perdix is there, Sun, Pluto, Ceres, Venus, Ixion core, all those in the first house. But it's now with the solar arc, it means that because all the planets follow the sun, and what that means, it has something to do with your decision making process, your decision itself, whatever you decide. It's based on the sun. It's your identity. So you usually base things off of that. So every planet, whenever the sun moves in a solar arc chart, every other planet, when and where they were, whatever degrees or however far they are from the sun, however they were on your birth chart, they move the same degree. So if the sun moves 1, the rest move 1, 2, 2, 3, 3. They all follow the sun. That's why it's called solar arc. It's arcing towards the sun. The focus is the sun because it's what we decide to do. It's usually what determines what we decide, what we want. Yeah. So with the moon here, it's bringing opportunities towards more, not only nurturing, but cycles, maybe changes in cycles, specifically with your body, because it is the first house. But it also could be like a mother figure coming back, or a new motherly figure. It could be any type of motherly figure. Are you getting any of that?
And this is like my future, like what will be moving into. Wait, what was this again?
Solar arc. It just means that it's like it can depict big events.
Big events. Okay, yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's right there. Solar. Yeah, I did right. Solar arc directions. There you go. For June 5. So yeah, so any motherly figure might come through. I don't know, and or at least your own motherliness, it makes you kind of go through that cycle of renewal, perhaps. What is it right now? I think the moon is in. Do you know if the moon is in waning or waxing right now?
Oh, I'm not sure. We have a new moon coming up, I think tomorrow. Let's
Is
see.
that tomorrow? Oh, okay. The one in Gemini, or is it Sagittarius? I don't remember.
Is it tomorrow?
I should know. I'm just like,
Look,
I'm gonna
I
I'm gonna
haven't.
look at my. Sorry.
Right now, I'm having a hard time even just keeping track of the right days,
Oh, sorry. Okay. So June
kind
5,
of
it's a new
thing.
moon. Yeah. Sorry. Yes. Yeah, it is a new moon. You're right. June 5, it's a new moon. So that means new opportunities for not necessarily new products, but could be. But in this case, new opportunities for digging deep into what you desire, what you want, what lights you up. Because this is your embodiment. This is pretty much like, you know, it's instinct. It's Pluto. Pluto is very close to the body. It is instinct, but it's also intuition, but psychic. But it's more about honoring that. Probably like going back into, I don't know, shadow work. Do you do shadow work?
Oh,
Do you
yes.
often? Okay, so there's that stuff opportunity. Your south node is in conjunct your Mercury, your home Mercury. So that could mean that things of the past are coming back, particularly any sort of something to do with power and power struggles, or um, control management, any sort of like anything with resources, money as well, sharing of resources, things of the past that you probably did that like any sort of taboo, any sort of Scorpio thing, dark stuff is coming towards. It's coming to back into your thoughts and your perception of things. It's conjunct Mercury, so it's like you're becoming aware of these things, particularly with self worth. So something to do with your Scorpio dark. Yeah, I'm hearing elatedness. I don't know why I'm hearing that term.
It's
No.
some of the words that you used. I feel like I suppressed, like, my darker side because I was shamed for it in this past relationship that I had.
Yeah.
And so I suppressed so much of that. And it is now navigating back to bring back that darker side of me because I shouldn't be ashamed of it. It's part of me. And so, yeah, like that's some of that shadow work and this growth journey that I'm on right now is re-empowering myself of and embracing those darker aspects of the Scorpio traits. Honestly, like that is what I have been predominantly shamed for most of my life are those Scorpio traits, and I had buried them down for so long, and then embraced them, and then buried them back down due to the relationship, and now it's reinventing myself and letting those darker sides come back.
Okay. Sounds fun. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's liberating. Yeah, I can.
Yes.
And it's digging deep into your self-worth is definitely a huge journey right now for you. It also could mean that you're questioning what's toxic that doesn't give you energy and vitality and makes you alive. You have the Sun Pluto conjunct here, which most likely includes, because like I said, the planets move the same degree as the Sun, so that means that when it moved here, everything else followed, and that includes the Narcissus asteroid Perdix here. So you get a little bit more technical with the money. You have this sort of understanding that's like, oh, it's more. I need to focus on myself a little bit more, be a little bit more narcissistic, embracing that shadow of narcissism, which is like just to be self-loving, truly self-appreciating, self-loving, not sucking the life out of people, because that's what narcissism is, right? Because our narcissists never really got the basic needs, their basic needs met. They don't have that. They didn't get validation, so it's from others. So that's why they feel like I don't have the energy within me. That's narcissism, right? So, but there's an aspect of it that is truly healing, which is embracing appreciation, gratitude of yourself and your own gifts, inner work, all that stuff, all that good stuff. But also going with like you're following your bliss. Remember, Ixion is right here. Ceres is also here. So again, all about self-care and rhythm of life, even if it's changing. That's one of the big things for you. Money is a huge issue, not issue. It's a huge thing for you right now.
Yeah.
Mhm. So maybe, maybe a change in relationship. I don't know. Venus is right here. It's open. It's not retrograde. It's conjunct, pretty much conjunct Uranus. So maybe a change in relationship, or maybe you did have a change in relationship recently, the past.
6 months ago.
Okay,
Well,
there you
the divorce was finalized at the end of February.
go. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Did you meet anyone?
Um,
I'm just wondering.
I haven't, not anyone new. I did have
All right, that's good.
someone from the past who we had a very intense connection, and he
Ah,
reached out kind of out of nowhere a few weeks ago. So it was,
that's what it is. There you go. Okay, yeah, that's what it is. There you go. And because it's from the past and it's like intense, you got the Pluto there. Yeah, that makes sense. The series also shows back, like maybe it's from the past. It's from someone that was hidden. Remember the symbolism or analogy of a Persephone going to hell. So it's hidden, and it comes back up. That series as well, up and down, hidden, shown. Yeah, stuff like that.
and what was so funny, the first time that I ever met him was, it really caught me off guard because he was the man that I would dream about marrying when I was a child. Like I knew it as soon as I saw him, and honestly, it terrified me. So,
Yeah,
but
that.
yeah,
Okay. Okay, that's why. Okay, I keep forgetting there's a Juno there. That's right. That's why. Okay, so that makes sense. Okay, lovely. I could have said all that, but no. I'm not questioning myself. I'm just like I'm joking. I'm poking fun at myself for not getting it. Meaning like, who cares? Um, definitely like a more intuitive sight. Like you're definitely like right here. You got Mercury. Uh, progressed. You have a solar arc Mercury conjunct your Neptune, so it's like this sort of like new insights, deeper meaning, like really like up here. Um, it also is creating more discipline in terms of like how you learn, like what you're learning about the lessons in life. A lot more like patience towards it. But also changes towards that. Specifically, maybe like changes towards your inner identity, your IC. Your Uranus is conjunct IC or Nadir, yeah. With Neptune as a solar arc progression conjunct your Mars, it's now, how do you call this? I would say it's probably, what is that? It's probably kind of hiding or maybe it could be also unveiling or maybe covering up um family, like anger stuff, maybe angers from the past because of
anger,
your,
anger.
yeah,
Oh,
like anything to yeah, okay. So but Neptune is here, so it's kind of creating this veil. It's kind of going like, that's what Neptune does, but Neptune can also, the thing about Neptune I find is, for me particularly, is that Neptune will continue to allow you, it's a pacifist planet, it's a pacifist energy. It allows you to experience addictions and drugs and escapism and delusions so that you will get sick and tired of it. It's weird. It's like that's a twisted side of Neptune, I find. 'Cause my experience was like that. I don't know. But could be something like that. I don't know. But definitely something big here, like um, a spirituality or a spiritual perception, at least, or a spiritual acceptance, and where you Mars is also about where we exert most of our energy. So here with Neptune conjunct your natal Mars, your birth chart Mars, what you were born with, it's it's I guess, like I said, it's also, it's a disillusionment of things as well. So it kind of like kind of melts it away in a way. So the anger becomes something more of a softer feel, and it's bringing up new opportunities towards more a heightened sense of, especially your body. Your body, also your head here, top of your head, because Mars rules that too. So something to do with that. Definitely, of course, spirituality, but also like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like a deeper understanding of maybe metaphysics, because it's Aquarius. I don't know. Something to do with something metaphysical, something to do with the body. Sexuality as well is probably here too. So you're embracing your sexuality, which ties in with your Scorpio thing as well. So,
Yeah.
the big one is the Jupiter one here. So Jupiter is expanding your health opportunities, right? In the previous chart here, this is just a progression. This isn't solar arc. This isn't about big events. Here we have how much you've changed, right? Right here on the right. So now Coronis is open. You have these skills that's like just coming out. Basically you've come out of the spiritual closet. Sorry, random. But Jupiter is expanding that even more. So that means you have actual opportunities when it comes to like where you're headed, where your future is, pertaining specifically to your health, the choices you make towards this unknown path. When you allow for it and you allow that courage to just just let, it's Aries, then it'll come through. The things that we talked about earlier about so here in the progression chart. So I now went back to the progression chart, but because I want to specify like maybe there's like is this, hold on, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so yeah, so a lot of transformation and the hard work you put into it, the is now part of your whole transformation thing. But you're still going through the health stuff, like the part of it is the autoimmune stuff, parasympathetic nerve, sympathetic and parasympathetic nerve, any of those stuff we mentioned earlier, you're still going through that, but it's more about the transformative process. And your North Node is now in the 8th house, or at least it is how you evolved, and now you're focused more on, instead of it just being about health, it's more about your transformation. Before that was more of like your journey. It's out of the 6th house, so that means now you're focused more on self-transformation, or at least transformation with relationships. It's kind of gone past that, but it's having this Amalthea right here with Eris, and it's no longer in retrograde. So yay. So that means you're feeling this abundance with new relationships, but maybe like rocking the boat type relationships. Real relationships that are full of like that whole, there's a lot of like opportunities here. There's a lot of abundance going on here because I feel supported now. And it doesn't necessarily mean like physical relationship too, but it can be because it's Taurus, but it could be guidance relationship. It could be that as well. Let me see what that is. First 1 degree, no, 29 degrees Taurus. Nope. That's it. That's for that one. Because I'm looking at aspects too. I find that a lot of the people in FTP have this midheaven in the 11th house.
Interesting.
And I'm not sure if it's just like human thing, but I noticed this a lot. I'm talking like in their progression charts, meaning how they've evolved now. So instead of you having that whole leadership role, now it's more about teaching, more about guiding and getting the right information, being practical about information. It's very Virgo, looking at the little things, but also being grounded and more connected to the earth, which is Earth, right? It's Virgo. So something to do, but in communities. So I'm not sure. It must be an earthly thing because, especially for people with midheaven in the top, it's not actually top in astrology. This is the southern hemisphere. We'll get to that later. But here at the top. So now it's in the 11th house. So that means it's less, there's a bit of leadership there too. There's a bit of that whole Leo energy, but now it's more Virgo. Which then, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, that was a hiccup.
Oh, sorry. And because it's opposite of the Nadir or the MC, which is going to be what is that? MC is in 10 degrees Virgo here. And that means it's 10 degrees Pisces right here. It's conjunct your natal Jupiter. So your core beliefs have now kind of like, or at least your role in the family, in any family, or at least you as a mother, possibly, has now, it's now towards being more open and flexible and just really understanding, compassionate, empathetic, especially in your family. And but it's more of an internalized thing because it is conjunct your retrograde Jupiter. So it's an internalized feeling. You may not necessarily show it, but it's there.
It's actually funny you say that because I had a very deep conversation with my oldest daughter last night, and I came to this realization of me having to shift my parenting with her in the sense of letting it not being so much to protect her anymore, it being to support her on her journey for when she kind of thing. And yeah, so coming to this realization that my parenting is in a shifting point for both of my daughters, actually, you know, as they're going through their teen years.
There you go.
Yeah.
So yeah, awesome. I think the planets in the astrology, all these stuff is literally coinciding with the events in our lives as we experience them. It's almost like astrology, even other modalities, they just reveal. It's almost like they're opening the doors to a recognition within. It's like, ah, you get what I'm saying? So it's like,
yeah, it was like I really kind of struggled to connect some dots. And once I really kind of opened myself up, it was, oh man, like I didn't need to logically think to connect dots, if that makes sense. It was,
yeah.
and it will, you know, like this, it just naturally connects those dots for you. And you're like, oh, wow, I did not have to exert all of this extra energy trying to connect those dots. It was all laid out for me.
Exactly. Yeah. Yep. There you go. Wonderful stuff. So I'm going to look into both your progression chart and solar art direction, but pertaining to one specific thing, because I like this asteroid. It's called Horus. I don't know if you know about the mythology of Horus, but he was blinded by his uncle. He was actually kind of seduced by his uncle, Seth. He had to go through this hero's journey. Horus is about the hero's journey, but he's also about the 5 clairs. So in your own birth chart, right, it's like he was in your 10th house, part of your career. You've always had it there. In Leo. So Leo, definitely intuition right there, right? So clairvoyance, possibly there. Claircognizance, possibly there. Clairaudience, not sure. But claircognizance for sure, because it's from the heart. Leo rules the heart. So Horus in Leo is that area is here. But it's also the upper back right here. Did you ever sense any of those when you were younger? Up here, heart area.
So when I was younger, I didn't really, I wouldn't say, no, I think I did from the heart mostly. And
Yeah.
I don't think that it never made sense to me. And now, and honestly, it wasn't until probably, like I could feel it.
Yeah.
For the last few years, I could feel it, and I did not know what it was. Like I just recently found out that that's what it was. And once I found that out, it was a lot easier to navigate things. So yeah, I would say, well, because I used to say little things like a heart tug or a heart hug kind of thing, and so I kind of just used my own vocabulary to put things
Mhm.
together with these feelings or sensations or whatever that I was. And
Mhm.
so, yeah, I would definitely say that my heart was always getting tugged at.
Mhm. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
And
I really did.
yeah, there you go. And lower spine too, possibly. The lower spine, upper back, I think, but lower spine.
I always carried a lot of tension in my upper back. Um,
Okay.
a lot of tension, and I not so much anymore, but in the past, and I think that it had to do with me ignoring shadow work for so long and not
Ah.
recognizing my gifts and my abilities to help me navigate through those struggles. And instead, my body just held it all.
Yeah, when you suppress all that, your gifts gets blocked. You have this square here to Mercury, Saturn. It's square your Horus. So that means yeah, there was a block in those gifts. Yeah. Yeah. But you naturally were able to go through them somehow. You know, it's an internal things that you did. What I mentioned earlier about faith on, about risks, um, and also the hidden stuff, and then working hard through it, like the Heracles. So all of these things, you have like 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up to the North Node. Um, you naturally have this ability to process all that stuff, and your gifts come naturally to you. Actually, it's actually natural. It just again you didn't realize it back then. However, in this progression chart, Horus is now conjunct your midheaven, so it is part of your career, and your vocation is towards that. So we're talking like any sort of clairvoyant position. It could be shaman, it could be oracle, it could be seer, it could be witch, it could be any of that stuff. As long as it's the clairs, and that's part of your career path. It's now part of what you are in your journey. Basically, it's your yeah. Not like the unknown path, like the North Node. The North Node is like the one we took. For me, I feel personally that when I follow my North Node, I feel a sense of clarity. But career is just more of like the actual thing. So Horus here in this case indicates that it's like, oh yeah, once you started to embrace all these gifts, especially the clairs, it starts to become clearer and clearer and clearer. That's also Horus is about clarity. He's 2020 vision.
So you see,
Yeah.
there he is right there, Horus, the Eye of Horus.
Oh, sorry. I'm. Show me
Oh,
again. What?
yeah. So I have the Eye of
Oh my
Horus
gosh.
right there.
I wonder what that says about tattoo. I don't know any asteroids about tattoo, but okay, cool. Awesome. So, were you okay, I want to finish off with this one with the well, not okay. Let's see with the solar arc charts. Okay. Ah, so do you think that your clairs are now happening more towards like when you dream in a certain any sort of meditative state too, and maybe also dreams?
And meditative. So I
Mhm.
actually, so I used to have really intense dreams. I actually um, would dream death and then wake up the next morning to find out that family members had died. And and that was like when I was younger. But of course, I didn't know what any of that meant. It really just kind of freaked me out because then, as a 6 year old, I thought that I dreamt the death of, family members.
Mhm.
Um, and then, but as I quit remembering my dreams about 8 years ago, and then they came back so vivid and to where I thought that they were reality. And I was very confused. I would go into the class and tell my class certain things, and they would have these big question marks because they didn't know what I was talking about. And then
Mhm.
I realized that it was because I had dreamt something, and was getting reality in my dreams confused. And then I quit remembering my dreams, and I haven't remembered my dreams for about a year and a half now. But whenever I do go into that deep meditative state, it can be an interesting time.
Maybe do you find that you get more of the energy when you're with someone meditating? Does it get enhanced? Because I feel like here, the horse here in this chart is conjunct your natal moon. To me, that signifies your senses are activated, like the clairs are not just the clairs, even beyond that, like psychic abilities, intuition, channeling can come through more like your physical body, even through emotions, or especially when you're like in a place where you're either it's secluded or reflective, and or just it's that time you have for yourself, because the moon is also, and Horus is a conjunct, but it's also trine. You don't see the lines here, but it's trine your midheaven. So that means it's becoming a part of your core belief as well. Not really part of your core belief, but it's part of your home environment. Like your body is starting to create its home in that feeling. It's naturally adapting to those clairs and seeing these are what I'm sensing. It's just I mentioned the dream thing is because it's conjunct. The moon is conjunct Horus, or Horus is conjunct your natal moon, but the moon was conjunct your the cusp of the 12th house. So that's like dreams, reflective moments, reflective places, times of meditation, sleep, visions in general, dreams also in general, like a dream, like that's more of the ninth house though. Um, and also prisons, places of like, again, isolation, solitude, seclusion, reflection, that kind of stuff. Um, so I was just kind of wondering about that one. So I don't know.
I always considered one of my superpowers being the ability to completely tune out everything going on around me. Like it could be absolute chaos, and I could tune everything out and just go and go within and honestly stay there.
Okay.
And people wouldn't snap me out of it.
No, that's yeah. Plus, whenever I used to do that when I was like when I knew about meditation earlier on, like a few years, more than 10 years ago. I hated it when it's like, oh, there's noise everywhere, that kind of stuff. Like, but now I'm okay with it. But I can understand. So, you also have actually your North Node and hold on, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So you have your North Node. Actually, all this North Node, Heracles, Coronis, up to Coronis, trine your Horus, and trine your midheaven, your Nadir right here. Maybe even Uranus here. I'm not sure. Possibly, yeah. But it's to me that signifies it's like a grand trine. I don't know. You can't really see it, but it's like here, 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 down there. It's like a triangle. The grand trine aspect of those shows to me that it's like you just go for it and you continuously work on it. Like your gifts are something that I feel like it's something that's going to be part of your, well, like many of us, if we work on it, part of your biology, your physiology, that whole like the light codes. Do you understand? Sorry, did I?
Like
I'm not sure if
yeah.
it's the mic. Yeah, light codes, like the messages hidden
Oh,
within.
yeah, like the little downloads and
Sorry.
stuff that we get.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry. I'm not sure if it was the mic. Sometimes this thing doesn't work. This mic. I don't. Anyways, um, yeah. So there's that. So that's that asteroid that deals with the 5 clairs. At the very least, there's more. Um, what else? I think that's the general gist of it. But there are more to talk about. There's more to talk about. Oh, what's this one? Focus on Venus. I just realized you have more planets than what I showed you. I don't know if I'm going to talk about it now, but I'm
That's
just going to
okay.
show it to you.
Okay.
Here we go. So you have all these planets caught. It's surrounding your Venus, the Venus planet right here. Huge numbers of asteroids. It's huge. You're packed. Your first house is packed. I forgot about this one when I was doing your research on your chart. I was like, oh goodness sakes. So to summarize, it's basically responsibility that you think is yours. Who is Alcesti? Alcesti is what is Alcesti? Something about purity. I don't remember. Trusting one's pure. Okay, I didn't do research on that. Oh, that's what I missed. Persephone is dark love. Persephone is rebelliousness and just kind of like it's like Pluto, except it's like about sexuality and BDSM, bad boy attraction, dark love, passion, taboo, lust for intimacy, this kind of things. Oh, you're laughing. So there's something there?
Oh yeah, there's so much there.
Okay.
Initially being attracted to the bad boys, dabbled in the BDSM and all of that. Yep.
Yep. Could be part of your past life too, like an earlier life. But there's also like issues about jealousy, protection. Sorry?
I said, no, I still dabble in it.
Okay,
and
sure.
still attracted to the bad boys.
So Medusa is there about jealousy. Diana is there about like preservation, like preserving your purity. Hebe is was Hebe? No, Hebe is health and beauty. She was one of the she was one of the muses. Rejuvenation. She's about rejuvenation. Desdemona is this one's a heavy one. Desdemona is from the play with Othello, the play Othello. She's about extreme jealousy and possessiveness amidst unconditional and assured love and loyalty. So she was misunderstood for her naivety, whatever. She's very loyal, but people distrust her, and rumors were spread because they thought she was kind of fake. And I was like, no, she's just super lovey-dovey. That's her story. And Nymph is similar to Desdemona, where Nymph is like their innocent, childlike, loving of nature, a bit of sexuality too, but like free and nymph, like the nymphs of the woods and the trees. Yes. And with Persephone there, Alceste and Cerberus. Cerberus is like responsibility that's not. So all this tied in with so much. I totally forgot about this one, but it happens. And all of them, actually, most of these asteroids are opposite of Clytia in your seventh house. And Clytia is retrograde, so maybe you didn't know that they were not returning your love or your kindness. And yeah, I'm pretty sure your Clytia sounds like clitoris, but that's her name. So she's about unrequited love. But because it's in retrograde, it's almost like you weren't aware of it. It's almost like it was how do you call this? I guess in a way that's a good thing, because that means you weren't really attached to the relationships, because you were just like, you weren't really like loyal to it. Clytia she's the one who fell in love with Narcissus. She's the one who's no, Helios. She's the one who said to Helios, and it's like, oh, I'm in love with you. No, I can't say. Infatuation. She's also about infatuation, but it's retrograde, so for you, it's more like you weren't attached to it. Yeah. So deep emotions. In this case, you wouldn't have all those deep emotions with lovers, but I'm wondering if it's in your. Let's see. So we're kind of digressing a little bit here, but let's see here. This is your solar arc chart. Where's Clytia now? Okay, it's in your. Okay. Maybe with a foreigner, but your ninth house is in your ninth house, just like your third house, is it's intercepted. But it could be that you might come across unrequited love with foreigners. I don't know. It's in the ninth house, so is that happening? Has that happened?
Not so much right now, but I did have the first relationship after my first divorce. Well, actually, most of my adult relationships. Well, I say most. I've only really had two, but there was a third one, and he was a foreigner that we dated for well over a year while I lived in Dubai, and he was Moroccan, and we did a lot of exploring and figuring out during that relationship, but it caused so many problems because he wasn't what I was expected to be with. So yeah, good old Southern ways, right?
He was being polite. I don't sorry, I don't want to sound like I'm insulting, but sometimes I do this Southern accent, but I have a Canadian accent, or at least a mixture of Americans, like Western California American, because I was in LA, and I'm from Vancouver. So I have a mixed accent. So anyways, digressing. So I want to show you this chart because I forgot to mention to you one last thing. In a past life, you were possibly an oracle or a witch.
I believe it.
Yeah,
like 100%. That sounds spot on.
Yeah. There are other things usually that I sometimes, well, not usually, sometimes do with charts where I go into galactic, like fixed stars. I'm still new to fixed stars, and there's a lot to unpack with fixed stars because when they describe the fixed stars in ancient Rome, is so negative, and it's so literal. It was like death, 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 death. It was so like doomsday, kind of like, what the fuck is wrong here? Or it's the opposite, complete opposite. It's like riches and like popularity and fame, but it's like maybe it's almost like that the description of it in the past was so literal that it's like, no, you don't have a choice. Your fate and your destiny is all written. You don't have a choice. I'm like, no, it's actually neither. Right? It's neither free will. Free will doesn't exist. Destiny doesn't exist. It's all about energy. So, anyways, they didn't get it back then. So, but yeah. So I'm new to fixed stars, but I'm kind of curious as to like. Actually, I can take a look at a quick chart here, and then I'll let you go.
Okay.
Your fixed stars. You have. I think it might show up in this chart. I'm not sure. I won't. You have your, okay, so let's see. Come on, give me North Node. I don't know that fixed star. Sejanus, what is that? I don't know what those are. Because the fixed stars can show us like where we were, what planet we were. I don't know if you've heard of. Do you follow any of Dolores Cannon's stuff?
The name sounds familiar. I would have to see a picture. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. One of her books is called The Convoluted Universe, where she would do QHHT sessions, and usually QHHT is like healing from your past, like earlier life, like childhood stuff. But no, later in the 70s, she started getting clients that were just like, they were not channeling past like earlier life. We're talking like lives. They were some were like servant, some were part of the Essenes, like they followed Jesus, some were in India, some were in a different time and space, different planet. It was like, whoa. And that's why she wrote those books. She had 5 books of Convoluted Universe, and then she had a bunch of other books too, because they were based off of the sessions she did. And so, but how that ties in with this one is like I learned about a thing called galactic astrology, which is galaxy, and it's interesting to know how being in a certain specific planet, depending on the sun. So, for example, if a fixed star was conjunct, or fixed stars were conjunct your sun, for example, that's your most recent past life, like a past life.
Mhm.
And if you go all the way to the outer planets like Pluto or even Sedna, that's like one of probably your first lives, like really back then, like so. um and the fixed star shows that. When the fixed star shows what that is, it shows you also, like, let's say if there's a story to that fixed star, or that place, or the planets in that constellation, because the fixed stars are the star, right, the sun, and they have that star system. The planets there, whoever was there, and if you live that life, and when we know the story of it, it ties into like how you feel today. Like, so for example, if you were, let's see, one of the big ones is like from the constellation Draco. It's the Draconians. Most Draconians, about 90, a lot of them, turned, like like they went into the negative energy. They went down, and so they were self-serving, narcissistic. So people who usually have tendencies towards narcissism, but like they're not growing from it. Like they're just narcissistic, like controlling, negative, manipulative, subtle, abusive, all those kind of things. There's most likely the case is that they have something, but in your chart it will show that maybe you might experience that, and you have this sort of trauma. So it's not just an early childhood trauma, it's an ancestral galactic trauma. So it's like, that explains for me. I have like one of the six star where the people there were, it's called, what was it called? Hadar. The Hadarians were very peace loving people. No, and gender was not an issue, or sexuality wasn't an issue. They were very, apparently this is what their story was. They're very kind, like high level, like high 5D, or is it 60? I don't remember. They just very connected with nature. And then there came these a specific group of Draconians, well, from the stars, from the the Draco constellation, and they invaded the planet, and they abused them. They used them. They killed some of. I think they killed them as well, but not all of them. So they used them. They enslaved them. They were enslaved. They were abused. They were just basically brought down, and created a lot of nervousness with the people who are today, who have that. If they have Hadar in one of the planets, conjunct any of the planets, it's a past life thing. So it's like, for me, it's like not a recent past life, but it's an older past life. But it carried through what I was feeling, the nervousness that I would get, like the sensitivity. I'm very viscerally nervous. I get, yeah, like for me, sounds, especially metallic sounds, like kind of like construction. It hits me, like I feel it in my skin. I feel it in my, like, this solar plexus area. I feel it, and just like, it's not always negative, but if it is, I can sort of sense it. I never really trusted it. I just thought, I'm just like highly nervous. But anyways, so my point is that I sometimes do that with FX stars, but I'm not going to do that today because I think we've already gone through enough. I'll let you go. Do you have any questions?
No, that was amazing. I mean, I hope you continue on this path, because I mean, I feel like this is your calling. And I really enjoyed your reading and everything today, and you provided so much clarity for me. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you. It's also helping. It's nice to get those feedback from people. It's like, oh my God. And then there's like, today was like awesome. Like, it's not just like, you are getting from it something from it too, but I'm also getting from it too, because it's like, so I can help more. I can, it's not just like I'm doing research and no, I mean like it's actually
You're
coming.
applying it
Exactly.
and sharing it, which is so beautiful.
Thank you. Yeah. Do you have any other like curiosity, like curious questions? Not necessarily with your chart, but like, I don't know, because I like doing this session with, I don't know if you've met Brenda Brown. Brenda
Mm-mm.
Brown, is your last name? Okay. Sometimes we do, not sometimes, sometimes we do like talk, we just chat and we actually, like we share ideas, we share like, we actually share downloads.
Hmm.
Like she talks about her angels, her guides. And for me, because I'm new to mediumship, but I realized I can do more than mediumship. Like I was able to channel her uh, friend's apartment, like a garage. I saw it because when I close my eyes, after a while, especially if I'm more focused and like I get these random pictures, like images, not just random, but it's like it's there and it's like, what is that? And then I tell people, especially depending on who I'm like talking to, it could be. I don't know. Do you do that?
So I only with my sister right now. Well, my
Okay.
sister and one other person that I have found that I'm comfortable sharing these things and these gifts that I'm exploring because, well, just like you, I'm realizing the more that I'm studying and the more that I'm learning, it's like, wow, I actually have a lot more gifts and abilities than I ever even gave myself credit for. And now
Mm-hmm.
that I'm aware of these, once I really start diving into it, like I can't wait to see what I
I
create.
know it's exciting, right? It's like,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
it's
so exciting.
very empowering too.
Yes.
Absolutely empowering. Especially the fact that I now went back to your chart. I love it. This is why I don't prepare for like these things because I want to be surprised.
Mm.
So my North Node, I have North Node in Leo, which actually ties in with your North Node in Aries. Is it? That's cool. Okay, maybe I get along with people with fire. If their North Node is fire, I think I get along with those people. I don't know. I'm not saying I don't. Yeah, and I'm thinking too much. So
But it's a different kind of connection sometimes, that
yeah,
initial pull or draw. Yeah, no, I get that.
yeah. That's right. Yeah. But when I was looking at your chart again, like this was a good like reminder. But it was like, not sorry. It was what am I trying to say? Darn, Maki. Slow down. So when I was looking at your chart today, and I went back to it, when I went back to it rather, and I didn't actually like read it before. That was good because when I saw your chart and I saw Hecate, and I was like, oh, that's cool. And you had also Themis there. Themis and they're both. Themis was a the goddess. She was oracle. She was an oracle. And but of course, actually those things you told me about. You're like more gifts than I thought. That's your past life you're carrying through. That's Hecate. Hecate is multi-talented.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Right.
starting to realize. And it is just like,
Mm-hmm.
it's so incredible. It's so exciting. And it's just,
Mm-hmm.
well, and now I'm like really kind of bummed that I ignored it and buried it for so
Oh,
long
okay.
because it is
Mm-hmm.
just like, oh my goodness, if I hadn't been so afraid of myself, really, and I guess, and not believing in myself and my worth and
Mm-hmm.
everything, then I can't imagine how powerful I would be today. But it was all a part of the journey. So I'm forgiving myself from being
That's
fearful for so
that's
many
you
years.
talking just like a Pluto. It's like, oh, powerful, powerful. I know. So, how do you feel about this whole like journey now? Because your North Node is in Aries, so that means it sort of feels like a solitary journey, like that step forward. Because your past life is in Libra, so that means okay, this community thing is easy, it's comfortable, but because of our North Node, and it's kind of like our soul telling us focus a little bit more on this than the South, like meaning like instead of what you're comfortable with.
Mm.
How do you personally go through that, like in terms of because I know that I sometimes I have to address and still acknowledge that we're social creatures. So that means this is one of the reasons why I also like doing these sessions, is because it's a connection. It's not, it is about the chart, it's about the fun, it's about the empowerment, it's about the development and, supporting each other. But that is the key thing. That's the Libra thing in me going like, ah, yes, energy, share. I like that. So it's like, okay. So, but in that regard, like, how have you come to embrace that sort of what might feel like a solitary journey?
Oh, you are not even kidding. It really has. And when you were talking about like the toxicity of the environment and the relationships that I had, even those lower vibrationals that I was still kind of attracting into my life, um, I had such a negative view of people. Like I was very much a hermit. And it wasn't until I went to Dubai and I experienced healthy people and relationships to where I was like, oh, people aren't so bad. And I actually enjoy socializing. I'm still an introvert for sure. Love my, hermiting it up in my little cave in here, But just like you, I have realized that importance of community. And it is such a recharge for me.
Yeah.
And I actually came to realize that I need a majority of my time to myself to um, well, at least right now, with everything that I've been going through. And I do feel like as I am healing more and more, that I am drawn more to groups of people. I think my biggest struggle, though, has been where I live. I haven't been exposed to very many conscious people. And so it was very discouraging trying to form a sense of community, and to where I was getting recharged from sharing my energies with others instead of being drained. And so I'm still trying to figure out how to navigate that one with where I'm currently living. So I'm actually planning on moving, hopefully within, the next 2 months or so. Big life changes coming up. But it has definitely been a struggle trying to meet those people and make those connections. I did have a huge glimmer of hope. Well, it's not even a glimmer. No, I am light and love, and I know that there are good people out there. It did just take me a while to realize it. But I became a part of the burn community and doing some regional burns around here. And, just that whole group. I mean, it was, like 500 conscious people co-creating, and it was so beautiful, so recharging, and really made me realize that importance of that community. And so now I am in the process of still trying to navigate how to have that sense of community. And I'm sorry, what?
Hello.
Light and infant. What? Oh, sorry. My dad and my stepmom just showed up at my house, and my daughter just came
Hello.
into the house freaking out. She's like, your dad and your stepmom are at the door. Like I said, we don't people very often.
That's do you, well, I heard your story. I heard your. Yeah, I think that's a sign. Right there, it's a sign. I think it's a sign already. But yeah, there's definitely more to talk about in your from your chart, both the birth chart and any sort of progressions. But yeah, because sometimes when I talk to people, like when I talk to old people that I've done reading for, like even like, well, my friend Brenda, she's not my friend. um, I sometimes pop in like the chart, like what's happening right now. So we look at what's called transits.
I got about 2 more minutes. Okay. Sorry, I had to go answer the door. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Um,
Oh.
Yeah, so that's like, yeah. So what happens is like these things pop up, and then it's like, oh, and then it's almost like it's almost like because astrology is actually a form of divination. So, um, yeah, sometimes it's fun when it's random, when it's like, oh, what's in the planets today? Instead of like, yeah, I like it random and more, yeah. Even my progression chart, I have the sun in Sagittarius now, so I'm more risk taking, if anything. So, yeah. So I think that was pretty much the end of the whole thing. It's pretty long, but thank you guys for watching. That was actually this one was a specific, like, wow. I am recording this now, like specifically, like, because I'm wearing a different shirt, on a different day. But when I recorded that, the whole thing was pretty much like, it's a good, experience when you're getting these kind of feedbacks and like proof that what you're doing is like not only that you're doing it right, but intuitively and instinctively, it's like it's right. So yeah, this is one of the best readings I've ever done. And when I say one of, like there were other good ones, like with one of my friends, like when we do things, this is very intuitive, it's downloaded, but at the same time, it's balanced with the work that you put in. It's very 3D, information getting, that stuff, work. So it's a balance. It feels very complete and whole. Not complete, but you get what I'm saying. So in any case, that's it. Thank you for watching, you guys. I look forward to having more videos done, or even just like random videos that I'll be doing for reading charts, like of maybe culture. I'm thinking about that one. I don't know. But yeah, thanks for watching. Have a good day, guys. Bye.